Like it's not.
No, there's different. Communication house, radios.
I'm gonna get clean. So I think turn this one, see if it turn these lights right here down just a little bit.
I mean, I can tell we're live.
Okay.
I'm the only one watching.
Okay. Well, I did put it on Facebook and it was 6 o'clock, so maybe people just getting it. I got Pop over there. I got Coach. I got Coach there.
Huh? They had your golf.
Sometimes those sticky ones that So there are 15 outlets up here. People don't always know that they're there. It's not quite that big. Got a lot of storage or something. I remember I had all of those, like maybe 2000, I think it had Windows ME on it when I got it 20 years ago. I think it was kind of thick. It didn't last very much.
We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from the beginning of the meeting. I just want to make a last call announcement for anybody that does wish to speak tonight during our public hearing, to make sure that you have signed up on the sign-up sheet that is to our left, just outside the door. In the lawn.
I don't think you turn my light
Like to go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Grayson County Board of Supervisors. This meeting was initially set as a budget workshop, but due to budget deadlines, the board chose to set this afternoon as a public hearing so we could afford citizens the opportunity to discuss the levy prior to the actual public hearing that will be held for the actual budget. And with that said, as quick as the public hearing is completed, then there'll be a brief recess, and then the board will go into budget workshop if anybody wants to stay for that. But at this time, we'd like to ask Mr. Smith if he would lead us in the invocation and then the pledge of allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ray. Father, thank you for the day that's been given. Thank you for this beautiful county we live in. Thank you for the citizens that have shown up tonight. We pray that you be with us, guide our thoughts, our citizens, our board, guide our thoughts. What you did for us, we'll pray your name. Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, I thank everyone for your attendance tonight. And we'll go ahead with proceed with our meeting. First would be the approval of the agenda. Board members have been afforded opportunity to look at the agenda. As chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. So moved. I have a second. Second. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mr. Anderson. Yes. Mr. Frank. Aye. Mr. Ivan. Aye. Mr. Milton. I also aye. Next item on the agenda will be new business. Resolution to extend deadlines for payment of certain local taxes. Mr. Sheffield, please. Can you hear me? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Resolution of the Grayson County Board of Supervisors to extend the deadlines for payment of certain local taxes. Whereas the Commonwealth of Virginia has not yet adopted a current budget governing the upcoming fiscal year, and whereas the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County, Virginia recognizes the hardships imposed on the citizens of the county as a result of the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions, high levels of inflation, and unprecedented high valuation in the market for used vehicles. And whereas in light of the foregoing, the Board of Supervisors desires to provide the public with additional time for payment of certain local taxes and hereby finds that good cause to do so exists in accordance with Virginia Code 58.1-3916, which permits delays for collection of local taxes to be extended for up to 90 days. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Grayson, Virginia, that number one, the deadline for payment of tangible personal property taxes imposed by the County of Grayson is hereby postponed for a term of 89 days from the 5th of June 2022 to the 2nd day of September 2022. Number two, all payment for tangible property taxes made during the extended deadline period shall constitute payments made on time and no penalty or interest shall be applicable to payments received during the extension period. Number three, the clerk of the board is hereby directed to provide a copy of this resolution to the treasurer and commissioner of the revenue. Number four, this resolution does not relieve liability nor waive non-compliance by any taxpayer that occurred for previous tax years. Adopted by the Grayson County Board of Supervisors on its 26th day of May, 2022. Effective date, this resolution shall become effective the date of its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sheffield. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to entertain a resolution and to also include in that a 25% refund back on the personal property tax to the citizens.
Okay, we have a motion before the board. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, make a motion that we accept the resolution and then deal with the proposal levy adjustment as a separate motion. So that's okay. Amended motion. Okay, that will be a second. Is there a motion, a second to the first motion?
Hearing none, the motion is dead. We have a second motion before the board. Do I have a second to this motion? I'll second. Okay. We have a motion, a second. Any discussion by the board?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair recognizes Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chair, I feel like the over evaluations of the automobiles that everybody's facing, and seems to be quite a bit of uproar in the community related to that. And if I've looked at the figures correctly, we stand to have $800,000 to $900,000 in unanticipated revenue that actually belongs to the taxpayers. So the motion that I put forward was an effort to refund them back their money. That's my explanation on that. So if you guys want to address that again in the budget work session, that's fine. But I don't understand why this board wants to withhold taxpayers' money.
Sure. Board recognizes Mr. Fan.
Thank you. The idea is not to ignore the idea of trying to do something on tax relief. I support that there's something that needs to be done there. My motion is to accept the resolutions. We can get that deadline pushed down the road. During the budget work session tonight, because we don't know the level of expenses that the county may be facing based on increased requests from the sheriff's office and other organizations. We have that discussion, and then during the work session, I'm open to the idea of something that you suggested. So the idea there is to do the resolution as it stands, and then during the budget work session or at the end of it, we can have the discussion on the tax relief. That's the thought behind that approach.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ide.
Yeah, I'm in full support of figuring this. For the first time in history, vehicles have appreciated, and I work with folks that their taxes are 150% more this year than they were last year. I am in full support of us figuring out how to help our citizens in this county. I just, without knowing what our options are, I don't want to all of a sudden say it's 25% back, where if it's 150% of what it was last year, there could potentially be more money. So I'm in full support of figuring this out. Let's extend the deadline and figure out the best way moving forward to give some tax relief to our citizens.
Yes, and I'm agreeing with Mr. Brantley. My taxes went up on my vehicles just as much as y'all's did. We didn't know that value was going up like it is. Took us all by surprise. Our budget, this is nice, better than I can, but the budget's already set. Levy was the same as been for 3 years since the values went up. Took us all by surprise that it went up that much. I want to give you more than 25%, but we got to work on that through this budget. If we say it's 25% and we can give you 30, we won't give you 30. So we got to work through it. We can't just flip the switch and say do it and start the phone and send the checks back. There's no personnel about thousands and thousands of checks. We're all for you. Shake your head if you don't do, but we're all for you. We're all in this together.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Anderson.
So we're talking about next year's budget. Tonight, we're hearing requests for next year's budget. Personal property tax is in this year's budget. So that's this year's money, not next year's money. So I'm confused unless I'm missing something. I know I'm new here, but that's this year's money. That's unanticipated revenue for this year, not next year's budget. So
Okay. Mr. Fan.
Yeah, no, I fully acknowledge we are talking about a number that is in this year's budget, but that surplus, if that's the right word we're talking about, also affects next year's budget. And we know from all the work we've done on the budget already that there's an increase in demands across the board for departments, for services that we provide to citizens. So that carryover, as it's known, is a number that helps influence what we can or cannot do in the next year's budget. And so until we understand what next year's budget looks like and whether or not we're going to need any of those carryover funds to support the request, then it's hard to make a decision on decision on the reappropriation of those carryover funds at this point for this FY. That's all I'm saying. So the idea here is let's get the deadline extended. Let's have the conversation in the next few hours in the work session about what we're going to do or what we're not going to do. And then we can make a decision on any sort of tax relief that we can do to citizens. Because I'm in agreement with all of us, I think, up here on the panel that we need to do something.
Well,
Mr. Anderson. I'm trying to keep it in a round robin, sir. Mr. Anderson.
yes, so we knew as early as late March that this was gonna happen. We've been taking budget requests since March. So the idea that we need to kick the can down the road so we can see, what these requests are going to be made for next year, I think is a little disingenuous because this is the people's money. It's to me, it's like we've been given a credit on their account that we didn't deserve or ask for or budget for, and we need to refund that credit back. The money's coming in, people have already paid their taxes, and this is doable. And for somebody to say that we don't have the manpower to do it, that's what we have a treasurer's office for, and they have the capabilities to do it. They may have to get some part-time people or work a little overtime, but that's what the citizens deserve, and that's my stand.
Thanks. Go ahead.
This is the seventh budget that I myself have helped work on. This is something unique in that the car values have gone up as they did. This rate was set, I think, in 2019. So, who would have anticipated any change, especially as significantly as it has due to the car values. But and Grayson County is not unique to this either. I mean, there's boards across the state that are shuffling to try to come up with a good resolution. I too want to make sure that we afford everybody that has presented to the board with their budgets, and actually we do have some last minute requests, especially we just heard a presentation last week or so from the sheriff's office requesting additional personnel from a study that they've done. And then there's also requests that have been made, as far as EMS. I want to try to honor that, and I do think there will be a solution where we can return some of this money or find a way that works. But I think we've got some work to do tonight.
Although on the school.
Yeah. So, and one thing, I appreciate everybody's passion over this topic, but if we're with, during board meetings, we do have a decorum. And please be respectful of, trying to go through the process, and I remind you, the behavior during this The meeting is consistent with behavior exercised in any kind of court or legislative body, in Congress. So, please, there will be an opportunity for everybody. Just make sure, that you sign up for the public hearing. And because we do want to hear from everybody. With that said, any further discussion on the motion?
I'd just like to say, Mr. Chair, I didn't randomly pull 25% out of the hat. I did some research on this, and I looked at what other localities are doing and not doing. Majority of the localities that I was able to look at are refunding, rebating, whatever you want to call it, their citizens. And also looked at our net increase for the past 3 years, just to get an idea, so we didn't undercut ourselves. So I didn't just pull a 25% out of the hat. I would like to say that, and if you could restate the current motion that's on the floor, I guess my motion is shot down. So can we restate the original motion, or not the original motion, but the current motion?
Clerk. You want me to read it since you don't have it?
If you can read my writing.
Okay, as reported by the clerk, motion was made by Supervisor Fan to accept the resolution and reference the other portion that was part of the at a different time. That's okay.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Motion that I'm trying to make, we accept the resolution as it was presented. That's my motion.
Any further clarification?
Yeah, because we're not going to just further discuss, is that not part of the motion, further discuss this in the budget session following the public hearing?
There is absolutely no intention on my part to not discuss anything related with tax relief and citizens. I've been in public service my entire life. I've been using public funds. Every dollar that we spend, whether it comes from the federal government, the state, or the county, is public funds. I get it. The motion is to accept the resolution to move that deadline. And then when we get into the budget work session, we have the discussion about all the things that we've got to consider to include the new request that came in yesterday. And then we can have a discussion on and make motions to do tax relief in whatever percentage it makes sense to do. I'm all for it. So the motion on the floor is simply to accept the resolution so that everybody can get the extension. And then by the end of the night, we have to have a decision on the levy. So the tax relief discussion will happen here in this room in the next few hours. I'm not trying to get away from that discussion. It's purely to accept the resolution so we can go into the public hearing and hear your all's input. Whether it's 25%, 35%, whatever the number is, I can't vote for that because I don't know what that number looks like. I don't question the math you did, and I like the number as it sounds, but I want to make sure that we're doing what's right, given what we know right now and what we think we know in the future. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Discussion at this point, call for a roll call vote. Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Freeman.
Aye.
Mr. Hyde. Aye. Mr. Bellman. Aye. I also aye. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing, proposed real property tax increase. And this time the chair will entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So move.
We have a motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Fan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Fan.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy. Aye. Mr. Bell. I also aye. At this time, we are now in the public hearing. We have a podium is here at the center point. I have a list of the Mr. Bolt, prior to anyone speaking, this would kind of help explain the current situation, I believe, with the values and he'll make his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good evening. Hope there might be a little more light down here in this, so you may have to bear with me a little bit. You guys had asked if I could provide a little update on how we got here. This was a public hearing on real estate to set the real estate tax levy. We're on a 6-year cycle for real estate reassessments. The last reassessment was done in 2016. So that means the new one effective for 2022, the year that we're in. An outside firm, Pearson's Appraisal Services, made the reassessment. After they concluded their work, we saw an overall increase of 14% in values on countywide. If you pulled out houses out of that, houses average going up 33%, and all these new values were based on what the market, real estate sales, and are today. And I think many of you knows houses are selling like crazy, and those sales is what drove up the values, especially on the houses. A lot of the land did not increase in value, but primarily on the houses. But overall, it was a 14% increase. Last year's levy was 59 cents, and one of the things that we had to do was to calculate what the reduced levy would be to bring in the same amount of money, or what would be called revenue neutral. And you can be within 1% of last year's monies. And with that, to be within 1% of last year's monies, that the 2021 values for 59 cents per $100 value, the levy would need to come down to 52 cents overall for the county. And that doesn't mean that some individuals still may see a tax increase and some may see a decrease, but when we're talking about the overall county amount. So that was the number I provided with you all, that the real estate levy should come, or to be revenue neutral, will come down to 52 cents. When you all advertised at 56 cents, and because that was higher than the 1%, it's why you had to have a public hearing tonight. And when you advertise at 56, it can certainly come down under that, but once you advertise at that, it cannot go above that. So that's concerning real estate. Are there any questions on that I can answer? And I think maybe you want me to talk about personal property a little bit too on here. On the personal property side of things, vehicles are valued every year, and it goes by January 1st value. They're valued at the NADA, which stood for National Automotive Dealers Association. And actually, NADA was bought out by J.D. Power a couple of years back, so it's technically J.D. Power. Everyone still sort of says NADA. The values that we use are the J.D. Power Eastern Edition values, and we take a clean loan value. We have a choice of a retail value, a wholesale value, and we've chosen a clean loan value, and it's been that way in Grayson County for years, and that's the lowest of the three values. Everybody across the state uses J.D. Power or NADA. A lot of individual people use Kelly Blue Book, and I don't even know if they offer that service on a mass things for county, but everybody across the state uses the NADA. The values are based on what they determine the market is, and the market's based on how cars are selling. Right now, we have the demand is higher than the supply. The demand for vehicles higher than the amount that's out there, and the demand more than the supply, values go up. Historically, we were always used to, if I bought a new car, or if I bought a car that was 5 years old, as soon as I kept it a year, we would have a lower value. And that's what we come to expect throughout the years. And that did not happen this year. In the past, a lot of people would say if you bought a new car, as soon as you drove it off the lot, it lost maybe I started to say several thousand, but at least so much of that. And that's just simply not the case anymore. Some of the reasons for higher values that we have been told. One, it started back when COVID hit. When COVID hit, some automotive plants simply shut down from making cars. When you have less cars being made, that affects your supply. Some of the automotive parts plants shut down, getting the parts to make the cars. That affected the supply. There was supply chain issues. I think we may have all heard how the U.S. is dependent upon China for computer chips for our new vehicles, and we're having trouble getting the computer chips from China. Well, we have a lot of brand new cars sitting there waiting on the chips that cannot get into the market, and therefore, what's that affect? That affects the supply. People are looking, instead of buying new ones, buying used ones, and that's what driving up the used car values. In 2018, we changed the personal property billing from December, or not billing, but the due dates, from December 5th to June 5th. And there were several reasons for that. One was to have better cash flow for the county, where all the tax dollars wasn't coming in at the end of the year. A lot of people liked that better because it wasn't all coming in right before Christmas. And that was done in 2018. So basically, once you get that, you set the levy a year in advance for personal property. So this 2022 levy, $2.25 per $100 value, was set by the Board of Supervisors at the end of June 2021 at $2.25. And nobody at that time knew what used car, what car values were going to do. It was an unprecedented increase. No one could have really predicted that. So that's basically where we're at now. The levy was set last June. The new values came in January 1, or values on as of January 1. And then you have higher values at the same rate, you get higher tax bills. Question.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
so the values were set in January of this year, January 22, it's going to be looked at the NADA.
Now, the NADA uses values based on the January 1 date. And we tax on people on what they own on January 1.
Because it's my understanding, and I know this is after the fact, but for the last 3 months, it's been trending down. Are you aware of that?
I have heard a little bit of that, yes.
Okay.
Hopefully that's a good trend that will continue and may help next year.
So if, as I mentioned earlier, the refund is it relates to personal property. If there's an abatement or exoneration, are you seeing those already? Like where the values maybe were incorrect?
I'm not sure I understand.
So someone gets a bill and they come in and they bring the book in. I mean, I've had some calls on this, and they say, well, I got my bill here, and it says my car's worth more than what that I'm seeing on the NADA.
Right.
So if you have,
And I'll go, okay, you might check the website today and your vehicle may have a different value than January 1, but you have to stick with the January 1 value. To go back to the old days when the bills were due December 5th, maybe in November, somebody come in and say, I just looked at my car value online, in Kelly Blue Book or NADA, whatever, and it's worth less now than what you all are saying. But you have to remember, at that time, the car was almost a year older. And back in those days, cars did come down in value, so you can't go by the value when you're paying the bill, it's the value of January 1.
Okay, so far as an abatement or exoneration, that would be maybe somebody had sold a car and the paperwork didn't get completed and they actually didn't have the car in January and it's incorrectly listed, would that be more?
If they did not have the car January 1, we can take that off, yes. And the way we get that, and this is same for all counties and cities throughout the state, DMV sends we download from DMV, a list comes in of everyone that they think owns a vehicle in Grayson County. Now, there's a lot of times mistakes are made with garage jurisdictions, and especially where we live, there's a lot of people change back and forth between Grayson, Daylights, and Carroll. And also, if you live on the other side of the bridge going to Daylights, you have the Daylights address in terms of post office. Everybody in Baywood or Old Town, Fairview up there, they have the Daylights address. And sometimes when they purchase vehicles, they will look at that address and they'll put, well, that's the city of Daylights. And it's not. And that's a very common problem. I've been here as long as I have, of getting garage jurisdiction correct. But that's a DMV issue with when you're buying the vehicle.
Okay. So I guess it would be safe to say that we have a number of folks that own property here that actually are resident of another state. So their vehicles probably wouldn't be on the radar screen.
It would be very safe to say that we have a number of out of county, out of state real estate owners whose vehicles are out of county, out of state. We do have some out of state people that keeps a car here, they're registered in Virginia, but I'd say for the most part, we don't get their personal vehicles on that. That would be true.
Anyone else?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll be here all night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hope. Yeah, maybe not. Do you have any other presenters prior to actual speakers in there? For those who have signed up to speak, if you will, when you come to the podium, just give us your name and your address. And then please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and that way we'll give everybody an opportunity to voice their opinion, okay? All right, the first speaker I have on the list is Dennis Hines.
I'd like to ask you not start my 3 minutes to ask one question. Originally, you all extended the due date for the taxes. Is that not law that you have to do that in order to not charge the penalties and interest according to the state? Is that why you extended that, so you could not charge the interest rate? In my research, I found that. I found that if you don't charge interest or penalties, you have to extend the due date.
The general intent.
That's for the treasurers.
Yeah, I think the general intent was just to give everybody an opportunity, and
That's what it said, is to know why you had to do that, so you didn't have to charge penalties.
we didn't have to do the extension.
But if you do the extension, you can't charge penalties and interest. But if you don't do the extension, you have to charge penalties and interest.
They could be, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can go today. Give you one of them, that please.
I would actually expect that.
My name is Dennis Hines, 578 Twin Pond Lane, East Virginia. I'm in the Providence District. First off, I want to give all of y'all these lifesavers. When I give you these types of lifesavers, I want to remind you, when making your decisions, that it affects all lives in Grayson County. Not only now, but in the future, especially our grandkids. That's the reason I gave you the lifesavers, so you can sort of look at them and look at the lives that are affected when you make your decisions you're making on this tax. And any other decisions you make. I'm not here to turn a bunch of beans loose on y'all and make y'all run in every direction. Because I want to keep y'all in the same direction. I'm not here to tell you about the economy. Because each one of you know what kind of economy we're facing right now. But I am here to ask you to lower the tax levy on personal property and real estate. I know that y'all didn't foresee what was coming when you made these tax levies a year ago. But now that you see it, everything took a jump, the vehicles was selling for more than they're worth. I ask you to look at these tax levies. And I'm asking you that you do like the other counties, such as Henrico County. They've started doing refunds. And yes, I know when I ask you to do a refund and lower our taxes, it's going to cause more work. It's going to cause more work in the treasurer's office. I ask you one question. Is not Grayson County citizens worth a little extra work? Are we not worth a little extra time? Help us. I also would like to ask you, that the people that cannot make these tax payments at one time, I ask you that you would not charge them the interest or the penalties while they're making payments and trying to make the payments. If they're not trying to make the payments, go ahead and charge them the interest and levies, or penalties, I mean, because they're not trying. But the ones of us that's really trying to make the payments, don't punish us with interest and penalties. Help us out. I would also like to ask you that when you have your supervisors meetings, that you use the technology and put these meetings on live stream. Because a lot of us can't make it to every meeting, and we missed out on what's happening in Grayson County. We don't know what decisions have been made because we're having to work. Like right now, I should be in Whitfield working. I took it to come here. I can't find no help to work, but I come here instead. I ask you to do live streams on the entire meeting from start to finish. And put it live stream where people that cannot be here every meeting can still see what's going on and still be informed on the decisions being made that affect us. And I ask you that when you're having your meetings, when I say this, I'm friends with most of you up there. And we're talking business right now, and I hope you don't keep our friendship and mix it with the business. Because if you do, I'm going to end up with neither one. I won't have your friendship at all. I'm going to have to do one thing. We're having your meetings. Don't turn it into a damn Jerry Springer show. Because if you do that, the citizens of Grayson County will not accomplish nothing. Not nothing. If all y'all want to do is push each other's buttons and try to keep one on one side and one on the other, the citizens of Grayson County is going to suffer. You all are up there to help the citizens. Please work together. Please come together. And please help the citizens of Grayson County. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Wanda Payne.
Mama one.
Thank you, Wanda Payne, 9476 Elk Creek Parkway, Elk Creek, Virginia. I'm here also talk about the tax levy. Mr. Hines, you've done a phenomenal job.
Yes.
Thank you. Everything you said, right on the money. The current, what you're talking about currently, it involves a lot involves our pocketbooks, and you get on in our pocketbooks, I can tell you one, I'm working right now to pay taxes and insurance. I'm 69 years old, I don't want to work all the time, but that's what I'm working for right now, it's taxes and insurance. So, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, there's many people in this county that are having to work for that very thing. There's so many in this county that don't have food on a table or can't get the medicines because they can't afford it, they can't pay everything that they have to pay out. We need to be helping these people. But anyway, this part of the tax money that you are talking about is going to the Bailey project, which I'm totally against, and now you all know that. Extending the deadlines for the personal property tax is a good thing. That is a good thing. And I talked to a mom this morning. Her son's deployed, has been for about 2.5 months, and it took half of one of his month's salary to pay his property tax, his personal property tax. What a shame. You know, so we do have got to do something about this personal property. Real estate taxes. Like I say, if you drop this project, Drain the Swamp project, but they would, then we won't have half, no, I won't say half, we won't have hardly any of the problems that we're going to be facing. Because this project is not going to stop with $8 million+. It's going to go on and on and on and on. And you all know that as well. There's another thing you can do to help. I'm from Allegheny County, which most of you know that. Over there, their tax bill goes out mid-August or second week in August. They get a discount if they pay their taxes early. They get a discount. That's a good thing. It's also an incentive to get the money into the treasurer's office. If you get it paid by, it may be August 31st. And then you have, at least you know what you've got to pay until December 5th. It gives you a few months to get that money. And with the taxes going up, and we know they're going up, this is something I suggest you think about. It's a good thing. There's also, a young lady had this, tax the trees. We're covered up in trees in Grayson County. And I know Cindy Harvey went to Richmond several times. There's probably nothing we can do to save our land at, this anymore. Thank goodness, I think Witt County has done something. I'm not exactly sure what all they are doing over there, but at least they're stopping. Well, why can't we come up with something to tax other things that are killing our land or killing our site? When you go and look out, I live on a knoll and I've got a 365-degree view of trees. The only place I don't see trees is when I look west. But it's surrounded to the back of my yard. It's all over. Everywhere you go, it's trees. Not oaks and locusts and some of the trees that we've grown up with. It's pine trees for Christmas trees. So I ask that you think about these things. There is a petition going around to stop the Baywood project. And I suggest if anybody's here that hasn't signed that petition, that you do so before you leave. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize if I butchered this last name. Elizabeth Kafka.
That's right.
All right.
Elizabeth, or Guppy is my nickname, Kafka, 1785 Sugar Camp Lane. And I want to speak to the idea of a tax on Christmas trees. If you raise property taxes to the level that you're planning, then many people in the community are simply not going to be able to pay them. This opens the way for further exploitation of corporate Christmas tree growers who have the money to lease and buy large tracts of land. In fact, this move literally hands the keys to the car over to someone who will most likely rent the car. The stresses the corporate growers impose on our community, including road damage, deforestation, area spraying, pollution of waterways, etc., is a double whammy because it affects everyone in the community and frankly divides the community. We raised the issue of taxing the Christmas trees as something to be explored, discussed, and considered. Although it will not fix the destructive nature of the corporate Christmas tree industry, it will put deserved revenue into the county budget for more services, as well as send a message to the growers that their large operations and everything that comes with them has a cost. To be clear, this will not stop us from studying the harmful effects this industry has on air, water, and land here in Grayson County. It will not change the fact that these corporate agricultural practices have to change to protect our water, air, and natural environment. With all due respect, we ask that our tax dollars do not go to subsidize or otherwise support this destructive industry. And thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Eddie Sutherland.
Yes, sir. My name's Eddie Sutherland, live at 214 Combs Rock Road, Elk Creek, Virginia. I'd like to know why we used to pay $25 for a county sticker, and we're still now paying $23, and we don't have a county sticker. Where is this $23 going, and why we're paying? The DMV, he says the DMV, we're paying the DMV. I own a trucking company, Triple S Trucks and Farms. I've asked the DMV about the $23 and something. They don't know nothing about it. So where is this money going? And I want to thank all the people about the Christmas trees. I want to thank Miss Pinion. I'm sitting right across the road from her. I don't know how y'all classify a Christmas tree agriculture. You can't eat it. You can't make dessert out of it. What do you do? I will not put one in my house. I will not haul one in my truck. So we do need to look at these trees, our water in our county. It's going to be poison. Our younger generation, I've got a 14-year-old grandson. What's he going to have? A site in Grayson County with the water system is poison. You can't even go down. I farm the Connor farm. Mr. Fancy, you know what I do? You go down there, you don't see a fish in the creek anymore. You don't see a minnow. But you go to Mr. Robert Debs. When we was younger, we used to go around and catch minnows out of that creek. There are no minnows in none of the creeks due to this our spray. So I'd like to know why we'll be charged this $23. And I'd like to know what's going to happen to these Christmas trees and our water tank. Is Mr. Bogley or all these Christmas trees farmers will put us in a water treatment plant? That's all I got to say. Thank y'all for the job today.
Thank you. Next speaker I have here is Susan Cohen.
Good evening, thank you for allowing me to come. I appreciate what Dennis had to say, pretty much said what I had in my mind to say. I guess what concerns me the most is where this favorite project came from and who approved it. You know, shame on me for not looking up the minutes and listening to the minutes in years past. But when this came to my attention of this property and personal tax, and mine doubled. So naturally I had to go to my 401k. I'm retired, forced to retire because of my health. You know, I'm going to have to be penalized for taking out money out of my 401k to pay those taxes. And I'll pay it, because that's what it says, and I'm a law-abiding citizen. But I'd like to know where this project came from, and listening to those minutes, I was so mad when I hear, oh, we've got a good thing, we've got money coming in. Personal property tax. Do you know how that made me feel? Made me feel horrible that y'all think that because y'all can tax us this much, and I know you didn't know that the vehicles were going to be raised this much. And do I sound angry? Yes, I am. I get a little emotional sometimes. But I'd like to know, you're relying on this personal property to pay your Baywood project on a school that originally was like 1 point, no even know where the deed came from or comes from. It's not even including a gym and all these other things. And then what was 1.5, now it's looking at 1.6, 1.8. And I listened to these minutes, and like Dennis said, I had a hard time finding them. And I'm sorry, I've got an MBA and I do research a lot, and I had a hard time finding your minutes. What about these people that over how to operate a computer find it? You guys need to make yourself more visible in what you do to the normal citizen of Grayson County, and I ask that you please do that. Shame on me for not being more vocal and coming to your meetings, but I will be. Because I believe that every person deserves a voice. I don't care if it's the person that can't afford the gas in their tank because to go to work because they're having to pay their taxes or having to pay their power bill, make a decision, do I feed my child or do I get my medicine? And I'm sorry, but we need to take care of each other. That's what's wrong with this country. We put God out of our schools. Government has given us mandates that we gotta be politically correct on every darn thing. I'm sorry. You know, this gun situation in school, what a tragedy it was in Texas. You know, after 9/11 hit, I saw something today on social media that said after 9/11 hit, we didn't ban airplanes. We raised security at our airports and our transportation. We need to raise security at our schools to protect our children. And I thank you for the job you're doing, but I will be coming to your meetings. Thank you. Oh, and I'm 79 Wayside Lane. Freeze.
Please, the next speaker will be Jonathan Warner.
Yes, sir. My name is John Moore, and I live at 55 Sunset Lane. Good evening, gentlemen. I appreciate this opportunity to address you tonight, but I feel that I really shouldn't have to be here if you guys were doing your job, which is supposed to be looking out for the best interest of the citizens of this county. I've lived in Grayson County my entire life, and I chose to start my family here because there's great people here. But the last couple of years have been hard on everyone. I understand the county has bills to pay, as do I, but I feel a 20+% tax increase is unethical and frankly is theft to the citizens of this county. I grew up in a home that lived paycheck to paycheck, and honestly, there are a number of people right now having to decide between gas, groceries, and the light bill. With the current rate of inflation, I don't understand how you gentlemen can impose such a burden on the taxpayers of this county. With the amount of personal property tax that has already been discussed, plus this real estate tax, I would assume this county is going to have anywhere from 25 to 30% more revenue than just last year. That makes no sense to me. This, in my opinion, is very ridiculous in the fact that you guys seem to have zero reserve from beginning this multi-million-dollar investment in Baywood in hopes that it is going to be fruitful. I've heard one supervisor in particular say, we're doing this for the kids. Okay, that's great. But what if parents can't afford to raise their children in this area because of the cost of living? I also understand you don't even know what this investment will fully cost. Did you hand your contractor a blank check when you built your house with no idea what it was going to cost or when it was going to be finished? I highly doubt you did, and if you did, that was very stupid on your part. I've also heard supervisors say that they've been working on this for years, but by the evidence in the last few months and the processes that have taken place, I highly doubt that, and I cannot believe that. I feel the majority of you are out of touch with the voters in this county. One supervisor seems to be bullied. One supervisor seems to be bullied and ridiculed for trying to get honest and straight answers for the taxpayer at nearly every meeting. With 2% of this current levy being set specifically for this baby boondoggle, I can't help but believe this is the driving force of this tax increase. You were elected to help the citizens, not drive them further into poverty. I understand the proposed levy of 56 cents is 4 cents higher than the same budget to give you the same money as you had last year. Knowing government, I understand that taxes are rarely lowered, but I'm asking you gentlemen to put your egos and your pride aside and do something to help the citizens of this county during this difficult time. Possibly, as several people have mentioned, taxing some of the millions of Christmas trees that come out of this county and have come out of this county my whole life. You know, all this money goes out of state. Bottomly, these big Christmas tree growers, they come out of state. I guarantee you they buy very little fuel, they buy very little goods in this town and in this county. So we're basically getting nothing out of them, okay? Also, with people paying double to triple for gas and diesel, and nearly a 25% increase at the grocery store, and frankly, for any goods and services, I can't understand how you can morally enact such an increase. Remember, gentlemen, you're elected, and with the power of social media, people can be reached instantly. So many people are watching your guys' every move on this board. I've spoken to several people who are as concerned about these issues as I am. If you don't resolve this issue, I feel 3 or 4 of your tenures on this board will be over at the next election. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Kofi.
My name is James Kofi, 6485 Old Rock Creek Drive. I wasn't even sure if I was going to speak tonight or not. This whole tax increase thing kind of got me set back. March 9th, the new year, we bought that house last year. Moved over from North Carolina. My RV went from $4,700 to $14,700 in value. Craziness. My car, I got a 2004 Subaru that is worth about $400 on the real market, and y'all charge me $2,200 for it because of the NADA. I understand that NADA works, don't be wrong. All right, this is ridiculous. And if you're proposing increased taxes, y'all got to really take a step back and look. There's something going on here that needs to be stopped. There's too much inflation, too many things going on around every one of us in this room, in this county, that we all need a little bit of relief. 25%, I love that. That's a great idea. I understand, Mr. Frank, that where you're coming from, it might be more. Well, granted 25%, if it's more, then make it 35. Right? Yeah. Makes sense. You know, I understand what you're saying, but if it's more, fine. All right, but I also understand you're looking at it's going to be less. I know where your mind is. You say you've been on this board. How many years have you been a politician? Long time, right? You said lifetime. Long time.
Public service.
Public service.
Not in the job.
Okay. I'm just, public service. I've been in the civil service for a while. Okay, I'm very retired to come out here. And love it. Beautiful area. So Christmas tree thing, I didn't know what this was about. No idea. This big little project, never heard of it. Okay, we knew. But I do believe we're going to be attending some of these meetings to see what's going on and to try to keep things in mind. As far as taxing the Christmas trees, that's a great idea. Save the people of the county and put it on the businesses right in the county. That's all I got to say, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Sir.
Next, Bob Heiss.
I understand that these increases in value are not actually the value, it's an externality due to other people leaving the big city, buying up our land. We don't get any benefit from it unless we sell, and then we can't live here. How does that help us? To raise the budget on top of the tax increase, at best, that's in poor taste and completely tone deaf. To pay for boondoggles in Baywood, or even paying for things to keep up with a plan. We don't exist for a plan. We don't exist so you can exist. Y'all exist so we can exist. You serve us. I was watching the meeting from last month, and there's a gentleman, I didn't catch his name, he's talking about the secondary rural rustic project, and how it's going to go from $220,000 a mile to $275,000 a mile. It's a lot of money, and just to keep up with the plan, they're going to be hiring external contractors, and that doesn't seem right. When I don't have money for something, I don't do it. I don't just say, oh, well, it's going to cost more. And when you think about how you're hurting these people out here, hurting me, hurting the county. And the same thing applies to the personal taxes. It's not a real value, and it's a race to the bottom. You're gonna have people driving worse and worse cars, so they don't have to pay taxes. And it's self-defeating, that's all.
Last speaker I have on the list is Mr. Mitchell Cornett.
Yeah, my name's Mitchell Cornett, and I live at 3135 Grayson Parkway here in Independence. I'm just here, like most of the other people here tonight, to talk about taxes and voice my concerns about the proposed increase of almost 21% on our real estate, as well as the increase on our personal property taxes. This is a time of the highest inflation in our country in 40 years, and the U.S. economy, according to most economists, is likely to go into recession in the coming months. I believe these increases will put an unnecessary burden on the citizens of our county, because right now, gas prices are at record highs, same for heating your home, electricity bills, food prices, maybe even food shortages. So right now, it's just going to be tough on our citizens to increase this much in 1 year. It's no secret that a lot of this revenue is going to go to the Baywood School project. And it's also no secret, even I think some of the board members referred to it in the last meeting, said there's not been much transparency whenever we've been dealing with this Baywood project. Mr. Anderson, he says that, I think it was the architect released the budget, said possibly around $6 million on the total project estimate. Well, in an email, Mr. Bell, he told me that we don't really know what it's going to cost. So, you know, like some of the other speakers, it's kind of, doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and it's kind of reckless to vote for a project, you know, support it 4-1, that we don't even know what it's going to cost. We don't know how long it's going to take to finish it. And we don't know how many people it's going to impact, how many it's going to affect, versus this tax increase is going to impact everybody in the whole county. We're all going to be paying more. But anyway, I think there's a lot of misinformation and just not much information out there, period, about this. And I think it would be a good idea for the board to kind of get together and release some facts. You know, we've all got a lot of questions, and we'd just like to know what's going on down here at Baywood and how our money's being spent. It is our tax dollars. Thank you.
Chairman, I signed up, but you didn't call my name. Ann Rose.
Okay, I apologize. Ms. Rose?
My name is Ann Rose. I live at 15 Discovery Lane. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a homeowner, and I also own cars. This is, of course, about Baywood, and also my reassessment went up $20,000 this year. For those of you that don't know, the Baywood School, I guess, closed down 4 or 5 years ago. In February, the board obligated or approved $1.5 million for the Baywood renovation. In March, there was a Freedom of Information request to Linda Osborne, whereas the feasibility study for this multi-billion-dollar project. You know, a feasibility study is something like what are the pros, what are the cons, who the consumers are, risk management plans so the business doesn't face major losses, summary of operations, market research, feasibility study. Anyway, there isn't one. In April, Mr. Shipley, the county administrator, signed a contract for phase 1 of 3 for the Baywood project for $1.5 million. That was in April. And in May at the board meeting, two weeks ago, they found the deed. They found the deed. They just found the deed. It was in the county administrator's office since 2019. That's what was discussed with the lawyer 2 weeks ago at the board meeting. So I guess I'm concerned because we're obligating money. We didn't have a clear title. We didn't have a deed. The deed was found in the administrator's office and it was unrecorded as of 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, I'm a little disturbed about all this stuff. This private medical agency, Tri-Area Community Clinic, their website says they don't turn anybody away and is coming soon to Baywood in the fall of 2022. That's what their website says. This is supposed to be a three-phase project. Phase 1 is 1.5 million. I don't know how much more phase 2 and phase 3 are going to be. I haven't heard that. And I guess we're going to have to hire custodians and maintenance people and pay utilities on it, high-speed internet for this boondoggle. And if they don't turn anybody away, does that mean that we're going to be paying for people from Sparta that want to come over and do this clinic, or they want to come and join this education? They're going to want to do the healthcare that's supposed to be in this building. What about gay labs? Are they going to be able to come in and use these facilities too? And I want to pay for my county. I want to pay for my people. All right, so the county administrator on April 5th signed a contract for $1.5 million. It didn't include the elevators, the gym, the kitchen, the entire first floor, second floor, the three-phase wiring, the $600,000 parking lot, and I'm not sure about asbestos abatement and the water system. I'm not sure about that. We had a healthcare facility in White Top that the county owns is not being used. This regional project for Grayson County, are we going to be getting any funds from GALAX or Sparta to reimburse us for people that are going to be using this? This is a regional project. Now, I did read some good things about the new grant clinic that went in. And Grant is in Troutdale. I had to look that up on the map. Even though I've been to Grant, I forgot where it was. The new clinic has been open there for about a year, I guess. Part of me can understand that because they're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, to drive from Troutdale to Independence is 23 minutes. If they were going to go to Jefferson, it's 30 minutes. If they're going to go to Rural Retreat, 34, Marion, 29. So I can sort of see a clinic there. But Baywood is right next to Galax. It's 7 miles from Galax. Ennis, North Carolina is 6 miles from Baywood. Independence is 8 miles from Baywood. Freeze is 13 miles from Baywood. Sparta is only 15 miles. Elk Creek 24, Palmer's Rock 29, Mountain Wilson 27 minutes away from Baywood. It's almost like we're disenfranchising all of the rest of the county because we're putting this Baywood project, multi-million-dollar Baywood project. And if you were to combine Galax, the population of Galax and Sparta together, it's over 8,000 people. If you were to combine just Freeze and Independence, which is closer to Baywood, Freeze and Independence alone, their population is 1,600 people. So you got Sparta and Galax that's right next to Baywood with 4 times the population of Independence and Freeze. I mean, I guess I don't understand why it's in the corner of the county. I mean, if you want to have a clinic, when this clinic, it could be good, why can't it be in the middle of town? Why can't it be in the middle of town instead of disenfranchising all these other people? So anyway, let's see. In Independence, I use the Twin County Clinic. I've also seen Grayson Highlands Family Medicine and the Hugh Chum Family Medicine in Independence. The major hospital in Galax is 7.7 miles from Baywood. Okay, now switching to the educational portion, I guess this deed that they just recently found and that was unrecorded is going to require a portion to be obligated to education if they're going to do anything with the building. So for education, I mean, I know we have community college in Galax, and I know we have a community college in Woodville, and I know we have education rooms already in Independence that's not stuck in some corner of the county. If someone from Troutdale was going to get these education services in Baywood, they have to drive 40 minutes. If they're going to drive from Whitetop to Baywood, it's 63 minutes for this educational benefit. If they're going to drive from Grant to Baywood, it's 35 minutes. If they're going to drive from Galax to Baywood, it's only 11 minutes. All right, so winding down here, I prefer that we spend money on public safety, like hiring the sheriff deputies that we have a shortage of, replacing antiquated or aging rescue squad equipment, gear, and ambulances and fire trucks. Invest in communication towers, antennas, and radios that we currently have insufficient coverage for. We have our deputies that can't communicate as part of our county. We're putting them at risk, we're putting the residents at risk. On the May 12th, 2 weeks ago, Board of Supervisors meeting, there was a sheriff's office where when shortfalls were discussed. Rick Arrington conducted a Grayson County Sheriff's Office operational study and found we have deputy shortages. We have a computer database management program that's over 20 years old. We're still able to get periodic updates on this old system, but I would rather be investing in that than putting this Baywood boondoggle in the corner of the county far away. And I want to see transparency on this because I don't feel it's been transparent about all the money that we're going to be dumping into this because we still have phase 2 and phase 3 to go. So anyway, I'm signing the petition to stop this reckless spending. And I hope you all do too. The petition's in the back. And road.
That appears to be all the registered speakers. This time, Chair will entertain a motion to call, closing to the public hearing. So,
Mr. Hatch, I have the opportunity to speak, please, before you close the public meeting.
did you register?
I thought I had, but apparently, when Ms. Ray let it got lost or something.
Give her a chance to say, she's got to say.
Yeah, come on, man.
Sir, I would like the opportunity to speak as well. I come in late. We had to do the first thing. I had a chance.
After she speaks, I'll leave that up to.
Yes, sir.
My name is Pam Carpenter. I live at 341 South Independence Avenue, Independence, Virginia, 24348. I don't know if I should really say it this way or not, but y'all got some set of rules. On March the 28th, Governor Glenn Youngkin signed legislation empowering localities to lower car tax rates. Quote from that press release from the governor's office. If local government leadership does not address the increased value of used vehicles, taxpayers are facing significant tax increases as the Commonwealth of Virginia constitutionally mandates 100% fair market value in property tax assessments. That legislation that was signed is HB 1239, sponsored by Delegate Philip A. Scott. On March the 29th, in the budget workshop, Mr. Anderson brought this up to you. For the four of you to show up here tonight and act ignorant as if you didn't know is an affront to every taxpayer in this community. Get it together. We are finished with the lies. We are finished with rules for thee, but not for me. This is over. Our property taxes are going up. You guys had the opportunity to help us, and you failed. Every one of you failed. Mr. Shepley, Mr. Smith, you failed. And I can assure you, when the next campaign cycle comes up, you guys keep your campaign money in your pocket, because you won't get elected again.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Roger Billings. I live at 1512 Forest Ridge Road, Independence, Virginia. I've been a resident of Grayson County for around 28 years. I didn't come prepared to speak about this, but I feel like that we should all have a voice on the subject. You know, we should all be just thrilled to death that the value of something that we bought is more than what we paid for it. That's wonderful. We're all happy about that. The problem is the rate we pay on what we own. It's not this one-time glitch that might be corrected in just a short time. Maybe next year the values will drop. Well, that should make us all sad. Because if I'm spending $80,000 for a truck, I don't want it to drop to $50,000. I want it to always have its value. But the problem is, in 10 years, I don't want to pay half of that back to the county just because I own that vehicle. That's not fair. It's the rate that's the problem, not the assessment of the value of what we have. It should be worth that. We shouldn't lose that value. That's a great thing. But the problem is the rate. Now, as far as the Baywood project, I have a lot of mixed emotions about this because I've got kids that I'm bringing up in Grayson County, as most of us do. And I love the opportunity that you're bringing forth to educate them and make them stay here, give them opportunities. That's all wonderful. My question is, though, 4 years ago when I was helping with the Cub Scout unit there, and we were going to Baywood every week, and we were saying, we love it here. We were told the building is not worth fixing. We're going to have to do something. It's not worth it. We can't spend the money to fix this. We're going to have to move our kids. It's not worth it for them to go to school here. That's what y'all said. And now all of a sudden, oh yeah, we can spend some money on this project, and you don't even have a limit of how much money you're gonna spend. I'm getting ready to build a cabin, just right near the river. The first question that the bank asked me is, how much is it gonna cost? And I'm like, I don't know, but I'll go ask. I got prices from $250 a square foot to $150 a square foot. Well, guess where I'm going? I'm going with $150 a square foot house. I'm not going to buy something with just handing my builder a blank check. I'm going to know. Has anybody even thought about the prospect of tearing down that building and getting somebody to make a new construction that might be cheaper than renovating something that's sitting on the lot? Has anybody thought about that? That's just a question. I think that these things should be looked at from the perspective of it's your money in your pocket, how would you spend it? We should never, ever get money. That's like me giving my teenage daughter $100 and send her to the mall. She's gonna spend every dime of it. If I give her 50, she's gonna spend every dime of it. So we wanna limit how much we let your kids spend. That's just it. That's right. And I hope that you can respect us, because I'm going to show you all the respect in the world. I appreciate the job that you do. I really do. It's a hard job. You're having to face all of us. But just remember that we look at it from an aspect that you're spending our money. Thank you very much for having me.
Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I make the motion. Second, okay. Mr. Anderson? Aye. I also aye. I'd like to thank everyone for your attendance for this portion of the meeting. If you do want to stay in the audience while we're up here with the budget workshop, you're welcome to. We will take about a 15-minute break before we start that. And 10, probably be about 20 minutes of 8 to get started. Okay.
Hello, Harold.
I just kind of took over.
if you don't want to leave them.
Sorry.
Hey, Rob. How you doing? Is it me or did it get dark?
There's chips and nabs here if you want it. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. How's Kelly? Real.
You messed up. Stop marketing, do it for me.
That's perfectly fine. You just make yourself right out there. Help yourself, help yourself. There's lamps. You want some more?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'll drive by.
You know better than tell me.
Huh? What?
You know better than tell us.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
Retype.
Yes.
I know.
You may have to open them. I don't think that was. Yeah, I know. Uh-huh.
They know more position.
What we doing, John?
It started 6. I'll see.
Have a safe trip.
I'm blaming the chair.
No, I think I did. Come on. It's at your favorite.
Well, I was thinking a snake. I said, you better check. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'd run. I'd run.
All right.
Okay, I will call the budget work session portion of the agenda back to order. Please ask for order in the audience. Staff will lead in with the. Okay. Order, start.
All right, well, thanks for having me. I know.
You might want to go there.
Okay.
Sir.
Could certainly do that.
First presenter will be Mr. Corbin Stone with the financial forecast.
First of all, thanks for having me. I think.
Can you hear me? There you go. Sorry about that. I made a note before I left, and at the top, I just wrote most difficult budget year ever. And I think it's the case in a lot of places. We're dealing with obviously with inflation. We're just now seeing the Federal Reserve start to raise interest rates. At the same time, they're going to be unwinding their balance sheet starting June 1st. which simply means they're gonna be unloading some of their debt, and putting it into the public markets, in essence. So, but that has the same effect as raising the interest rate, on the federal funds, I think that is. So hopefully that will bring rates up a little bit, which will tend to slow inflation. We just don't know how long it's gonna take. Anybody trying to forecast something these days, you just don't know. Are we gonna have 4% inflation next year, 5%, 3%? We just have no idea. But we've already had it. And so once it's here, we've raised the base. You know, once you have wage inflation, it tends not to go away. When you give somebody a raise, you don't go back the next year and say, well, we don't have inflation this year, so we're gonna cut your pay. Once you get wage inflation, it tends to be sticky and you're gonna be dealing with it for a while. So even though, imagine that all your expenditures are gonna go up, they're not gonna go back down. And then we're gonna start from that new base with the next inflation rate. Couple of good things with the county. You do have a low debt burden. Your debt burden, total liabilities outstanding, about $2,700 per person. That compares to the state average of counties to about $6,700. So that debt burden is low. You also have a healthy fund balance. We're estimating, obviously there's been a delay in the personal property tax payments. We're estimating the fund balance for general fund, and that includes any funds that you have access to that aren't restricted by external forces or grants or whatever. We're estimating that's going to end the year at $11.7 million. That includes $3 million in ARPA funds. You've already received $1.5 million, and you're getting another $1.5 million. That $3 million helps you today. It's not going to help you in 5 or 6 years when you've got the bump up in your basic expenditures that you're still dealing with. So that's going to help you today. On the other side of things, the Weber Cooper Center says the population has been relatively flat. So we have a growing population, then you typically have a growing revenue base and that sort of thing. So if we look at 2010, the Weber Cooper Center says we had 15,533 people in the county. 2020, they estimate had about 15,474. So that's relatively flat. So what I'll do is kind of go into the forecast and give you some background information, and then try to answer your questions as we come look through it. You all have in front of you a forecast, and we'll flip to page 5, and the page numbers are at the top. So at the top, it's going to say page 5 of 13. This first little bit is just to kind of help you understand how this forecast is put together. You're going to see this table there. It's got off to the left side, it says factor, FAC, with the number sign. And essentially, those factors tell you how different revenues and expenditures have been projected out into the future. So on page 5, so page 5 of 13 at the very top, then you see a table 1. So if you're looking back, when you look back at the supporting schedules, really pages, I think about 15 through probably 40, you're going to see these factors show up on those pages. That just tells you how that individual line was projected out, how that expense was projected for those future years. At the very bottom, you see ER as one of those factors. And what that means is it's just an expenditure reimbursement, that there's some relationship between expenditures and how much you recover through a reimbursement from the state. And a good example of this is social services. You spend money every month on social services, and you get back 67, 70% of that. So that revenue gets projected based on what we think the expenditures can do. Next, we'll go to table 10. I'm sorry, page 10, table 4. And this is really just a summarized budget for a 6-year period. That first column is the base year. That's your 2023 budget, the most recent version of it. And then the projections out to the right. You see the forecast for 24, 25, and so forth. This is before any capital projects have been presented. And you can see we've got a little bit of a deficit here in 2023 of $884,000. That's before any capital projects. We've literally just started at the top with that beginning fund balance of $11.7 million. which is what we expect you to have available, not just for the general fund, at June 30th, 2023. And you can see you end the year with 10.8. The next year starts with that 10.8 million, and you end that year with $10,040,000. And you can see that you're just gradually digging into that fund balance. And that, at the end of the day, that's just a result of this step up in cost due to the recent inflation. If you flip over 2 more pages, table 5. I'm sorry, 1 more page, table 5. You can see that green line. I'm just taking that deficit from the prior page. And then I'm showing you how much, what kind of tax rate increase you would have to have just to fund that deficit, that operating deficit, if you will. I'm not saying that's the tax increase that you need at all. You can see 5 cents, the third column or third row down, you can see 5 cents in 23, then 4 cents, 5 cents, just showing you kind of how much that deficit, how that translates into a tax, into how much of your taxes that is, in terms of your tax rate. If we go down a little bit further, you're going to see that 884 again. And just below that, you're going to see something that says capital project expenditures funded by current revenue. So you get capital projects or capital outlays, really, not just projects. The capital outlay would be anything of significance, new vehicles, things like that. Are estimated at $1.2 million for the current year, and you can see about $1.3 million for the 5-year forecast period. So you can see the forecasted deficit for everything is about $2.1 million in 2020, 2023, 2.1 in 24, 2.2 in 25. If you look at the very bottom down here, this is all based on a 54% tax rate. You can see what we're doing for these first 3 years, 23, 24, 25. We're just watching that cash balance kind of decrease each year. So you're basically using your reserves, fund operations and capital for this 3-year period. Then in year 3 of the forecast, year 4 on this table, you can see there's a 13% estimated tax rate increase. The year after that, and it's the light blue row, if you will, a 13% tax increase in 2026, a 1 cent tax increase in 27, and then another 1 cent tax increase in 28. And at the end of the day, you're looking at a 69-cent tax rate in 2028. The nice thing about this is you do have some reserves. So you don't have to have a knee-jerk reaction today. We have a little bit of time, which you're very fortunate to be in that position. And it speaks well to what you've done in the past, what other boards have done in the past to kind of build up some reserves. But at the same time, you did get this infusion of cash called ARPA to the tune of about $3 million that can help you out a little bit. So that's really in a nutshell where you are. I think if you had to take one thing from it, it's just you're going to be dealing, this inflation is not going to go away. What's already occurred is not going to go away. And that's going to impact budgets in the future. And at some point, the tax revenue has to catch up on the revenue side to support those expenditures. But you're in a very fortunate place. That you don't have to move today. I mean, as we can tell from your citizens, some of them are suffering with this inflation. So, now I'll stop there and try to answer any questions.
You said we had a healthy fund balance. Can you tell me exactly what that is?
Well, I project that it's going to be about $11.7 million in 23. Last year it was about $8.5 million. It's still healthy now. We want to see that fund balance minimum, somewhere really between $5 and $6 million minimum. So we don't want it to drop, but it's pretty healthy right now.
So that seems to be pretty low. I guess is that on the low side, because is that 2 months?
Exactly. Exactly. What we do is we take school board budget, county budget, remove the transfer between the two, and then we want you to have about 10% in reserves, which is really not even 2 months. It's 5.2 weeks, 52 weeks in a year. So you're only going to have 5.2 weeks worth of reserves. So is that on the low side? That's kind of the minimum we think is responsible. So if you get much below that, you run the risk of having to take out loans to meet your operating needs. I have seen people drop down to 5%, but they're usually talking to banks when they do.
Yes, sir. What are the ramifications if our fund balance is decreased?
Well, you gotta bring it back up. So that means if you let it go down, let's say $2 $5 million, then you don't have much in the way of options in that next year, except to raise taxes to try to build it back. So you can take out loans. There's something called tax anticipation notes or tax anticipation loans, but you have to pay them off as soon as your tax revenue comes in. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, particularly if we're going to be looking at higher interest rates.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just, when you say we have a healthy fund balance, it seems like if we're at the bare minimum, it's not so healthy. It could be a little more robust.
Well, it's healthy now. At the end of this forecast, it's at that bare minimum.
Okay. So what percent are we at now?
Oh, you're closer to 20% now.
Okay.
So you're closer to 10 weeks, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Francis?
So this whole fund balance thing, depending on what accountant we talk to, always leaves us constantly confused. The last time we were here, I think you did it 5 years ago. They said the same thing, you know, fund balance 15, no more, no less than 10.
No.
When the other accountant that actually does our audit, he says 18 lowest, 20 is good. We got down to 18, I think, last year, and we invested to get it back up to 20. So it sounds like somewhere between 15 and 18 is the sweet spot. And we're sitting in a pretty comfortable position with flexibility given that. But yeah, getting down below 15 really causes me concern, given just the challenges of the fluctuation and how things go.
It's really more concerning how quickly you drop to 15. So if you're at 20 and you drop to 15 in 1 year, that's concerning because that means you really got to ramp up tax revenue to stop the decline. If you're at 20 and you go to 15 over 5 years, then you're just losing 1% a year. So you can have a slower ramp to get back up to 20. The 10's pretty much the minimum. I mean, if you think about it, just in simple terms, it gives you enough to operate for 5.2 weeks at June 30. That's not a lot of time. So that's the minimum. I'm an accountant, so I'm gonna always tell you more is better. But I think 10's a minimum. Like I said, if you drop below that, that's when we're gonna start ringing bells and blowing the whistle.
And then the forecast is based on the assumption that we don't do anything on the expensive side, on the expense side, right? It's assuming that services provided remain the same for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely.
Given possible inflation.
Right. There's been no reduction in what services you're providing. Those costs have just been projected out at our best estimate of what inflation is going to be. And I'll tell you that that's a shot in the dark for anybody. So.
Yes. Okay.
One thing I do want to point out that Mr. Simon was very amenable to making this a fluid document. That this is a draft. We do see on here, this is based on 54 cents. At the bottom, we can also, he's prepared to present 56 as well if you want to see kind of get in the middle.
Right. We have a separate handout that presents 56. It's just a separate page by itself. And you can see that kind of makes the rate increases and the tax increases at 26. You wind up with the same rate in 2028 at 69 cents. You're just a little slower in getting there. So I mean, realistically, you know, where we're going to be in 2028, you know, I think the tax rate is going to be higher. Now you're going to have a reassessment. I think you're going to have a reassessment the next year, right outside of this forecast. So it may be that you're starting to see things in that reassessment that give you some ability to hold off a tax rate increase that last year. But the 56-cent tax rate, you can see, you have a 7-cent tax increase in 26, a 5-cent in 27, and then a 1 cent in 28. If you wanted to, of course, you can always move some shifts with those. So if you know you're gonna have a 7-cent tax increase in 26, you might say, well, let's just do a 3-cent tax increase in 24 and a 3-cent tax increase in 25. And that might actually reduce that tax increase for 26. You might not have to do anything for 26. Or maybe you do another 3-cent increase. But at some point, the tax revenues will have to catch up with inflation. I mean, at some point, you're just gonna have to bite the bullet, as I said. This just gives you the drop dead date. You get to push it out a little bit, but you're not going to push it off forever. And so, yeah, the second page shows 56-cent tax rate, what the interest would be. And it is a fluid document. Thanks for reminding me of that, Lisa. So you do have, I think I attached my card to the front of every one of the forecasts. So don't hesitate to call me and say, hey, I think you got this number wrong. Or what happens if we do this? Or what happens if we do 54, 57, 60, 63? If you want me to run different scenarios, I can do that for you. It doesn't take but a minute. I can tell you the answer right over the phone, print it out, email it to you. So that's what I'm here to do, help you guys make these decisions best I can. Thank you very much. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks. Want me to stick around, I can, or I can. Thanks for having me all. Very appropriate the being represented prior to. At what point did you have emergency services speaking?
Before the meeting, I passed out a couple of handouts for you, and one of those was the meeting objectives. If you would pull that up for us, please. These are things that absolutely have to be covered tonight. Some of them require votes, some of them require direction from the board. But if we do not have these accomplished, these, talk about these things, we'll have, it could actually delay the approval of the budget. So part of that, Mr. Chairman, is discussing emergency services. And if you said there are some subjects here, if you'd like to hear from them.
Mr. Parkin? Anybody else back there you want to bring with you, be just fine. Good to have you all with us tonight.
It's good to be here. Thank you all for having us. I don't know really where to start, but thank you guys. Y'all been very supportive of emergency services over the past several years. We have, the board asked us to form a commission. We've done that. Y'all have hired the emergency services coordinator. We work closely together with him to accomplish stuff. In January, y'all asked us to come up with a budget. Mr. Adams done a lot of hard work. Come to a board meeting, presented y'all with this budget. In March, We had a meeting, I think Paul and Lisa crushed all the numbers together for us. We had a meeting. We presented all the items that y'all been presented with, for this budget. It was voted on unanimously by everyone that was there. We even called people, sent them copies of the budget so they can understand what it was. And we, like I said, it was voted on unanimously by the commission. So with that being said, I know there have been a lot of concerns, questions, and that's why I'm here tonight. I want to answer your questions concerning the budget that we have presented. May not know all the answers, but I will do my very best to answer those questions myself and Philip as representatives of the board commission. So, we have asked for, for years, emergency services has never asked the county for anything. Y'all have paid for our insurance, for our vehicles, our buildings. Plus, I think we got $5,000, $2,500 per agency for years, which y'all voted that last year to give us a little more. But the cost of everything has gone up tremendously. And the amount of volunteers that we have has went down. For years, this county has been taken care of by volunteers. We've had agencies that couldn't support their communities, so they tried to go to paying staff to do so. If you know any familiar with emergency services, you can't make a living off of that. So, it's hard. Most of our people that have go through training, you ask the EMT to give up 185 hours to go take the class. They get out of that class. Well, they look around and go, well, I can get paid for this. Well, then you've lost your volunteer to get paid for the job. Well, and then after that comes along, they go up to another level, which would be a paramedic, which of course they can further their career more. Well, you really lost them then because that's another 2 years of their life tied up in that. So the volunteers has went down over the years. A lot of places are hanging on to the volunteers. But, that's why we're here today asking for a little help. The cost of everything's went up on us. We just had to get a new truck in Freeze, which we were fortunate enough to get a 50-50 grant with it. That truck was $235,000. That's not stock, that is the truck itself. So, all this, the price of the fire engines, anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000. So not only do we have to ask our people to do this training, I think firefighter 1 now is close to 200 hours now because they put hazmat in with that. So you ask these guys to do that, then they're risking their life. So, then on top of that, when we get them trained, then we say, well, we've still got to pay the bills. So we're going to have fundraisers. So they go to class, they work all week, do fundraisers all weekend, and yet they still have a family to take care of. So that's why we presented the budget to hopefully take some of the stress off of our volunteers, to put some help in. I know there's been a lot of questions about QRVs that we've asked for, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. And that's what me and Phillips would like to address tonight. The QRV is not just trying to get someone there quicker. That person will be an ALS provider, which will be either a paramedic or intermediate. I myself, I'm a basic. If I get called to Kenneth's house tonight and I show up with my BLS crew, he's having chest pain. I show up, I can rush Kenneth to the hospital. But now I can call for Philip being a paramedic. Philip can run an EKG on him and figure out what's going on. It might not be that Kenneth might need to go somewhere else besides Galen. We can arrange for that transport and get him there quick. So it ain't just about nobody's trying to take anybody's area. You know, I've been with Freeze for 10 years now. I love my community. I want to be there to help. But there's also a time when you can't be there, and someone else is going to have to be there. And this is just not a problem for Grayson County. This is a nationwide issue. There's places that can't get people to go. And the sad part is when you call 911, you expect someone to be there. Whether your house is on fire or whether you're sick. Whether your mother is fell on the floor and you can't get her up. When you call 911, you expect somebody to get there. And the sad fact about this is somebody's gonna get there, but you may have to wait. Because everybody's busy or there's no one to respond. So that's why we have looked, we've got this, put this together. We ain't looking to fix all the problems today. We try to look at this in a way that could be cost effective for the county, but still get the best care to our citizens that they deserve. Because this is not about fixing an old school. This is not about a football field. This is our citizens' lives. And they deserve the best care that we can give them. Yes, this is not going to fix every issue. It's not. But if we don't step forward, we ain't getting nowhere. So with that, I'm here to answer any question I possibly can.
Explain how kind of the crew that would help kind of fill in these holes, how that's going to work.
Okay, lots of times, especially during the day, when most people are at work, you might can get someone to come in, you know, you might have one person. Well, this person will fill in that extra spot. That extra spot where you complete a crew and get somebody in the hospital. Our call volume last year in Freeze, just our calls in Grayson County was almost 600 in this district. And you think about that for the town of Freeze. In what we cover in Grayson County, 600 times. That is a tremendous amount. And of course, yes, we do have Galax as a backup. But the problem is now that they're short-staffed because everybody is overworked because anybody that works in EMS works 2 jobs. Sometimes some of them work 3 to make ends meet. So sometimes they don't have full crew there. Sometimes you just have to wait. It's been about 4 or 5 months ago. The county was so busy that Independence had a call. Both of their crews was tied up. They dispatched 7 agencies before we got a crew together. No doubt that was not ideal, but it had to go that far to get a crew. So that's kind of what we're trying to get ahead of the ball. So this is not trying to replace a volunteer. If an agency says, okay, we've got a volunteer crew, they don't need that person, hey, that's fine. You don't need them, that's okay. But they're there. You have a backup if they're not there. I'd rather have an extra person than not enough people. For years, I have dealt with this. People always ask me, I try to get as many people on my truck as I can. Because if I'm doing CPR in the middle of Brush Creek, that's a long way to the hospital.
Hey, can I ask a question? You said 600 calls. Is that countywide or was that just in?
That's just Freeze's covered. That's our dispatch.
Last year you had 600.
600 dispatches, yes.
So you went out.
Well, we didn't cover all those because we didn't have the people. We covered. Yes, in-district calls was 567. We did not respond to 244 of those. Which if anybody knows me, that breaks my heart because I've never been there before in my 10 years of service for Freeze.
Do you know the countywide numbers?
I know as far as EMS wise, we were the highest call next to Independence.
I'm gonna say around 15.
1,500. Well, if you call 911, just 911 calls. Well, no,
No, maybe 1-800 together.
probably 2,000.
About two to three, about 2,200, what I would guess, rough estimate.
That's EMS.
EMS calls, that's not count fire, that's just ambulance. Now, we don't have a total of those.
I've got
I just
vision,
want to
but
get
I
out
got
of
that.
clear.
Yeah.
The 600 is, you were speaking to the county or to the.
No, that was just our agency that I looked at our numbers and put them together.
The whole purpose of the QRV is what, you all asked, oh, sorry about that, all had a big mouth. The whole purpose of the QRVs was, y'all asked us to come up with a proposal, how we can better emergency services. The QRVs is the most least impact to the county, as far as financially wise, and to the volunteer agency. We know we're not looking to replace any agency with a paid agency. We just felt like the QRVs were there enough to supplement those calls that, freeze, I'm just using y'all for example, but multiple agencies, hey, I got one person, I can't get another one. It's that person to supplement and additional ALS. Because we do have some squads that can't get ALS all the time. That's just how it is, it's nature of the beast. But this was the most least impact for the county that we see. I think that was maybe misunderstood in some areas. And I do apologize if we explained that enough. We're not looking to push anybody out. That's why the QRVs are there. They're there to keep these volunteers alive. Because we know they're struggling. Some of them are good now. We don't know what the future holds. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. But let's do something now. I'd rather do something and be wrong about it than never do nothing. So we can keep kicking this can down the road, but we're eventually going to kick it off the cliff. So, we're going to have to do something. This may not be a solution. I don't know, but hey, we've done something to try to fix that. So.
Thanks for coming tonight. So the county has a responsibility to provide emergency services and fire, but the county doesn't have a mission to do that. Right now that mission is delivered by 9 different agencies, all started on their own at different times and have developed in different ways. So right now that proposal is that the part of this proposal includes these paid ALSs and the QRVs or RVs or whatever. Who do they work for?
So we've got to have that's where the whole Grayson County, they've got to become an organization by state regulations, Virginia, off the CMS. We can't just have them free reign out there. I mean, we got to put them under somebody, and that's OMD, operating medical director. So we've got to, first of all, we've got to establish to me, we need to do a county-wide county agency just to put that QRVs under and have an OMD under. I mean, if not, then we're going to have to put it under, Independence, Freeze, Rugby, Mount Rogers, whatever, and then their OMD is going to be over that. And I'm going to tell you right now, their OMD is not going to allow that play to run around the county because we have 3 different OMDs throughout the county at the present time. I'm working on trying to get that to 1. But they would answer to who that would be over that EMS agency, as far as the QRVs. But we've got to have, it's got to be, to me, a county-wide or county agency to establish the QRVs under. That's by the regulations of the EMS. And who would be over those? That's for the commission to decide. Of course, you're going to have somebody that's going to be there daily. I'm assuming it would be Paul. He's there daily. But Paul, he works for the commission. So that we're, that's the whole purpose that you all hired him, was to work for the commission. I'm not here every day. Al's not here every day. So, it's kind of hard for the commission to actually be like direct supervisor, I guess you would say, over those QRVs. So to me, it would be, that's how it would fall down, but that stuff can be worked out, up to the commission, how they want to operate that.
Well, We hired him actually, his title, as you know, is a coordinator. We hired him to actually remove some of the administrative burden and do some interoperability kind of work to make sure that, the syringes you're buying are not different than the syringes somebody in other department, or oxygen tanks or whatever across the board. The concern I have is what you described is the creation of another government agency, yet the purpose is not to run off or volunteer. And so I just see it as a slippery slope. I mean, I've said it before, you all probably heard that if we're really interested in retaining and preserving our all volunteer organizations, 9 of which are out there right now, it seems like having a county organization with responders at the county actually might do harm towards the volunteer organizations out there. How is that? What have I got wrong?
I mean, and that's a chance, you don't know. But if I'll tell you this, if we continue on where we're going to go, not doing nothing, then we are going to shut doors in the very, very near future, unless,
From the county's perspective, if our responsibility is to have a service, and I think the response time that's advertised is 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. As I read that slide presentation that Mr. Moore presented, I think last month, we didn't bust that very often. We had a pretty high percentage. Again, from a county perspective, if we're looking at meeting the standard, regardless of who shows up, we're actually doing what the citizens right now expect us to do.
And we set that 30 minutes ourselves. That was the association before we become the commission. We set that 30 minutes because the state required us to set that and put that in place. That's not always met, unfortunately. It's just, we're very rural, and that was something that we thought the QRVs could help supplement, is getting somewhere there quicker than that 30 minutes. Because you got to consider, I'm going to use our HC rugby, we're volunteer. When the times are set, we have to get in our vehicles, we have to go to the station, and then we got to make it to the scene. That takes time, and sometimes that's more than 30 minutes, to get there. But, we do pretty good, but there is that often times we can't. And that was the whole purpose, just having somebody there that could kind of fill in that gap, I guess.
So what is the standard that you're advocating for?
Well, right now, we haven't changed it. 30 minutes is what it is, but the quicker the better. We don't really know what that could be, but the quicker the better. If you've ever called 911, I promise you, it feels like it's an eternity for somebody to get there. But if you're responding to a call, you're going as fast as you can to get there. But we want to minimize that time that you call 911. So somebody, if it's the QRV or the ambulance, or if somebody is there by your side, because people, once you get there, it takes a lot of relief off people, in medical emergencies and stuff. So.
Oh, I don't know, no question. It's just, it ultimately gets down to resources, right? If we put enough resources to it, we can have EMT in every house. So you got response time of 0. All right, but that's not realistic either. So if 30 minutes is the standard and the citizens seem to be comfortable with that standard, then right now, as we're executing things, and I understand the future's hard to predict, but we're meeting that standard for the most part.
For the most part, yeah. But if that's what the citizens want, when I'm having a heart attack, stroke, and 30 minutes is what, we didn't ask the citizens. I'll be the first thought. We didn't ask citizens what response we want. That's what we do it as, at what we thought we could do. Somebody having a stroke, I'm gonna tell you that's a long time.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just, at some point, you gotta have a standard to judge by, right? And 30 minutes is the current standard, right? But I'm with you. If I'm having a heart attack, I don't care who shows up, I'm just going somebody.
Yeah.
All right. And I think that is the expectation of our citizens. Okay.
Thanks for coming down. Look, you and I had a conversation on the phone just a couple of days ago. I've been in contact with folks from the west end of the county, you and I talked about. The commission voted unanimously for the budget proposal that was put before us. But at least the ones that I've been talking to didn't necessarily agree with everything in the budget. Whether it's paid or volunteer service, right now, it's a huge struggle. You said it, it's not just right here in Grayson County. And I think it's that we need to really put some effort behind the number one problem, which is we can't recruit and we can't retain. Whether it's volunteer or paid, we're having the same issues. So the commission came forward and said that quick response vehicles were working. Let's try it. Let's see if it's right. I agree with you. Let's do something to do if it's right. What's right? But if we don't have the people to try, what good does it do to fund a quick response vehicle? I think we need to start focusing on the number one problem, which is recruitment and retention. I don't have any answers, but we've got to have a serious conversation about how we can recruit volunteers, how we can recruit paid people. The Galax Grayson is having a tough time right now, and on raises that increased benefits, it's still not changing. It leads me to believe that the volunteer model is probably the way we should be going, since the paid model is struggling just as hard as the volunteer model. So the commission, this is just my estimation, gave a need for the county, but every individual agency has their own needs that can't be met with a broader umbrella. I appreciate the report that you guys gave, but Troutdale, Rugby, and White Top, they have individual needs that I think we as a county need to be addressing, because they are so individual. The way they run their shop is so individual. I think that's what makes volunteerism so cool. You're a part of an individual unit. And when we start putting a local, overreaching county government structure to it, I think we're at risk of losing the personality of our volunteer squads that have served the county so well. So I, for one, am in support of having these volunteer agencies get what they need to be able to operate and save the county, the citizens. I know we put the commission together so there could be a voting group, but I also believe there's individual needs that aren't being addressed at every agency I'm in support. I'm in support of VMS. We got to have VMS. Throwing a lot of money at it and starting out with a hired service. So far, the model is not any better than a volunteer. And another thing that you guys brought up was that you get paid for the calls that you make, the same that other people get paid. Couldn't agree with you more. I don't think the volunteer agency should have to do a pancake or a spaghetti supper on Saturday to be able to pay the bills. I think that is something that is in the best interest of this county to ensure that the volunteer agencies get what they need to continue to operate.
You know, and I think we agree, we all want to keep our individual identities. That's what makes the agencies. You know, yes, there may be some individual agency needs that needs to be addressed. At the same time, you know, if we don't, that's why the whole thing we've had association for years that we now have a commission, was so we can come together and decide on things as a county emergency services. Because if we don't do that and Rugby comes says, I need a new tanker, a $500,000 tanker. At the same time, the defense said, oh, I need a $500,000 pumper. That's the whole purpose. Was the commission was okay, let's break it down and help each other out. Because Because I ain't gonna decide on who's gonna get what if you fund vehicles. Because it's, you know, you're gonna make somebody mad, and that was the whole purpose of the mission, was everybody work together. I know, and we had these these workshops, the budget, again, you know, that's the whole time we wanted people to express their ideals or concerns. We didn't hear them. That's why we moved forward with the budget that we presented to you all. It was voted by everybody. They agreed on it. Nobody's going to look down on anybody that don't want to do it. That's fine. That's totally fine. But we didn't know that that's not what they wanted, so they voted yes. Now we've talked, and you know, I've talked to those agencies that's not for it. And, you know, and told them that, you know, they said that, you know, they don't want the QRV, and that's fine. I just wish that we knew as a commission that something that you all asked us to form, we knew it was come through the proper channels, I guess you would say. Not that they should talk to your representatives, that's what y'all there for. So we found out, you know, as a commission that, you know, it feel like that you all should have come back to the commission and asked, hey, we got some concerns that that what y'all proposed is not wanted. I didn't find out like that. So I feel like that was the whole purpose. You all asked us to do the commission. We done it, and it come back wrong proper channels. You know that we need to come back and present this budget again, and fight for it, which I'm fine to do. But again, that was what the commission was for, and Paul was our intermediate between you guys and the commission. So we didn't, like, again, I don't care to come and do this, but that was, to me, my understanding, that was what Paul was here for, to intermediate between the commission and you guys. Not being now doing this for you, to you all. Not that we care, but that was my understanding. That was the purpose of what that was supposed to be for. Again, we're all here trying to work together, and I feel like that's what, you know, we're trying to do back into your recruitment retention. I agree. I think everybody can agree that is a huge issue. It's always been a huge issue, but it's a nationwide, and recruitment retention is not got any better. And we've had that discussion how that might be better.
So I concur with what you're saying, because I've been sitting in your all's meetings. And there is individual needs, I think, that's discussed in every meeting, and as I recall, and people have prioritized what those needs are in those meetings and work together. For example, like you said, this year so-and-so may need help with a fire truck. Next year, a different locality may need help with something different. And I sit on that board with you guys, and I've been in those meetings, and what I'm hearing right now is news to me. I didn't know somebody was disgruntled or didn't like the way it was, and I know it was voted unanimously that you guys are going to present this. And I think the ALS, can you give it the acronym of that so people?
Advanced life support.
Advanced life support individuals. Your request was for 3.
Yes.
And those folks, as I understood Paul to explain it to us, they were going to also contribute to the recruitment and retention. They weren't just going to be sitting, for example, waiting to slide down the pole when the bell rang. He was going to have them doing other duties during the day when they did have so-called downtime. So he could utilize them for other reasons.
Yeah, be looking for grants, working on grants, stuff that a lot of us don't have time to do. I mean, we've been pretty blessed and free with grants. We have been. But it also takes time to sit down and do that.
Well, that's an excellent point. They were going to help with trying to acquire some grants.
Yeah.
And not that the volunteerism, as we know, that's the issue, but that's never going to be kicked to the side and fully replace anything. It's always going to be a part of what you guys do. I'm assuming you're both volunteers in our county, right? Okay. And so I guess I'm just going to take it back that if there's some people that voted with us during those meetings that maybe have a different perspective, I would like for them to reach out to me as the representative.
But I think what you're doing is excellent. We commissioned you guys to do this. You guys worked hard putting it together. I hope you get the support you need to move forward, and let's see what happens. And we can always back up and regroup, but I think we need to move forward like you guys have suggested.
With our issue with the situation was, we found out 2 weeks ago that somebody had a problem with it. We had this meeting in March. We've had another commission meeting since then. This was a special call meeting, and still those concerns was not brought up.
I remember that was on a Friday night late.
Yeah, we had the budget meeting on a Friday night. Then I think it was the next month, we had our regular commission meeting. And those concerns were still not presented. So, unlike you was there tonight, there was no complaints, no nothing. Now, I'll be honest with you, I had some issues concerning, and it didn't bother me one bit. I emailed Mr. Fant and Mr. Hash. Mitch was there with Paul. We sat down, we had a good conversation, and worked out our issue. But if you don't know there's no issue, you can't fix an issue. And that's something we're gonna have to address as a commission. You know, not to be ugly or nothing, but you know, if you have a problem, we don't know about it, we can't help fix it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing anything with what y'all are saying. It comes down to a matter of approach, right? And from my perspective, whatever we can do to remove the administrative and burden off of what it is, you know, if you sign up to be a firefighter, I want you to go fight fires. I don't want fires, don't get me wrong, but I want you to be able to go do that, train, and then be able to respond. That's why people do it. Same thing on the AL stuff. So operational, in the county, I think it's echoing Supervisor Ivy just said, you know, operationalizing what you all do makes a lot of sense to me. My biggest concern is I mean, we heard just last couple of weeks ago, the challenges that one department's having on the pain side, right? And so if our goal is to maintain and strengthen our communities, and volunteerism is something that we know works, then we need to, and don't get me wrong, anybody that's anywhere close to this issue realizes what the future holds. This is one of those issues that you can clearly see the challenges that we face on providing emergency services in a rural area. But anything we do that potentially is going to hurt our ability to continue volunteer services, because financially it's the better option for the county and for the taxpayers. That's kind of what we need to do in an incremental step. But support you all need, the operational support gets you out. If you want to do, if rugby wants to continue to do the support for the Maple Festival or Mount Rogers, whichever one does it, that's great, but do it for the benefit for the community, not because you need to pay the library. You know, and that's where I think at least I am on the support is let's help you get rid of those operational expenses that you all worry about from time to time. But let's use our volunteers as much as possible to meet the mission requirements.
To respond to that, you say volunteers work. They do sometimes. In certain areas, they have work. But we have 3 paid agencies right now because volunteers didn't work. Independence has been paying for 14 years because they couldn't answer calls anymore. Baywood started paying because they couldn't answer calls volunteer. Elk Creek started paying because they couldn't. Yes, volunteers work some areas. West Indian County, we are doing fine right now with volunteers. Other agencies are not. So yes, volunteers work sometimes, but these 3 examples here just show that volunteers don't always work. You know, they're struggling, even the ones that are paid, but they're making an effort. The reason Independence went paid was because the call volume got a nursing home with hundreds of residents there, 100 residents, I'm not sure how many. You've also got a prison down here that we have to respond to. We did today, and high school. So if finally volunteers just couldn't do it. So therefore, they've been paying, and yeah, I've worked for them for 14 years now. That's part-time. And I think the citizens in the Independence area and Grayson County have benefited from that. Because before then, you missed a call, it's usually coming out of Gaylats. You know, they're coming in for calls. So yes, volunteers do work sometimes, but they don't always work either. We've seen that. We got 3 agencies right now in Grayson County that prove that they're not working. And do we wish they would? Yeah, but going, you know, yes, we can maybe get some more volunteers back. Yes, but you know, I'm going to use Independence as an example. If we want them to go back volunteer, yes, that's the way to save money and everything. Everybody that works here that did volunteer and now work here, they're not going to be around to answer calls because this is a job that they would like. We're going to go somewhere else to work. And therefore, they're not going to be no volunteers here to answer calls. So it's kind of a, you know, yeah, it works and sometimes it does, and sometimes it don't. So.
Yeah, and I think you made the point. I mean, you know, we have paid systems in 3 departments and they can't keep the people paid.
Yep.
And so that's the real rub. Galax's supervisor, as it says, is facing the same thing, and they're paying. And so what they're saying is people jump from job to job. So again, yeah, we have 3 paid agencies in the county, but if they can't meet payroll and they're billing, I'm not sure that's necessarily a work. Bringing in more paid people into a system that doesn't seem to be working.
And that
doesn't make a lot of sense.
And that was the QRV. The way what we was trying to do is, if we had a QRV that the county is funding, then these HCs, Baywood, Elk Creek, maybe they could drop, you know, I know they can't find people to pay. They can employ less people, you know, just one person use that QRV to still answer their calls, therefore still get the money for billing. Because that's how we're operating. Everybody's operating off of, you know, fundraisers, yes, money from the county, yes, but a lot of the billing is where a lot of our funds is coming from. I can attest that rugby, we was nearly getting ready to shut the doors in 2016, 2015. Not, I wouldn't say shut the door, but we was one major incident away from being bankrupt. And we started building. And now, yes, we're doing very good financially because of that. But you got to answer the calls to get the money. And that's the way we seen the QRV was, you know, Elk Creek, okay, we got an ALS first responder. They only have to put a BLS person on today, and then that ALS person is going to come help them, saving the money for paid people. But you know, it still answer the call, get paid, and get the money. So that's how we was well, with me and I think Al. I mean, the way we were thinking, and maybe we didn't, you know, give that perception to everybody. So. Yeah.
Okay. I just think that the board,
I just think that the board, when we with the recommendation of the commission and the had it on file, and we pretty much tasked the commission to to work toward the resolution, the best resolutions that they see. I'm in support, what you think is in the best interest, because I feel probably we're all listed in our communities, and I don't think you'd be able to volunteer work unless you have a heart for your community and stuff. So we just want to work through
Just a question too. I've been on rescue squad for years and years and years, and the last call I ever went on was a kid had a hermit crab stuck on his fleet. Now, if one of these guys had went out there and said, "We don't need ambulance, we don't need 4 or 5 people on there," they would save a lot of money. But saying that, I'm in support of first responder. What I'm asking is, and you're asking for 3, with one work for the time being. We talked about the sheriff's department, the deputies being trained in EMT. They could be a first responder with added, ALS on backup. Would that work without 3 all at one time?
Well, me and Philip and we've talked and we've tried to reach out to everyone that we possibly could. And we just want to move forward with something. If you don't feel 3 is sufficient, let's try 1. If we try it for a year and 1 don't work, everybody's totally against it. Everything that you've put into that can be reused throughout the county. The equipment, the vehicle could be, y'all can reimburse it because it's gonna be the county stuff, all the equipment's gonna be the county's. Y'all can reimburse it somewhere else where it could be used. If it don't work.
But like I said, like we agree, let's try something. I think we're all in agreement with 1. Let's try 1 for a year and reassess it. And
if it's, a whole lot of issue, people will address it. That's what y'all ask us to create, a board to come up with this stuff and to try to come up with a solution. But we just need to try something. Because if we ain't trying something, we're just going in reverse. Me, I'm all about volunteers. I don't want a paid person in freeze. I don't want one. But if I can get a call answered, maybe it's my family that's dying. And that one person can get there a little quicker, I want them there. And I think if our citizens know this, they would be in agreement with that as well. Because it's all about the, none of us take 185. Philip took almost 3 years of class to be a paramedic. And when he first started, he was a volunteer. Of course, it's transitioned into faith, but you got to have the heart for your community, like Mike said. If I can be there for my people in freeze, I want to be there. A lot of places are just 2 or 3 people away from the things going downhill. Honestly. You can ask me and Mitch who said in many meetings. 10 years ago, freeze looked very green. We was down to running like 30% of our calls. For the past 9 years, we've been in the 90s. But a few things happened in life to change that situation. So that's kind of slowed that down. We lost a vital member of our agency last year that run a lot of calls due to COVID. That took a chunk out of our percentage. But we've got to be looking forward to that.
Well, so you guys, you're willing to work with 1 if 1's all you can get, but it looks like, I know the plan, and I kind of remember some of the layout that Paul had was for 3 to. I'm sorry. I'm restate what I said. I understand you're willing to take 1 if 1's all you can get as far as the ALS. And the plan was for 3, and I remember some of the discussions with Paul about how he was going to utilize those 3. And I know at least if you had 2, I think it would better fit that plan rather than just 1 because of the rotation that we had talked about and the other things. I'm in favor of 3, let me be clear. But I don't know that I'm going to get that right here. But I'm also in favor of 2, if we can do that. And I, like you, I'm not going to, I would accept 1 if that's what we're going to get, but I feel like that this public safety is and should be #1 for us. And I think maybe we all share that. Maybe we just disagree on how to get there. I would suggest 2. I'd like to throw that one out there and let's see if we can get any support on that.
We're not coming for you greedy. We're going to take whatever you give us. But that's our goal, to get as much as possible. I mean, to be honest with you.
Well, right.
That's always the case.
Yes. So, You know, I mean, that's what we was tasked with this job of doing, so that's why we're here.
And you guys done excellent. I appreciate what you do, and I watch the discussions and listen and learn a lot from you guys. I don't claim to have all the answers, but.
Yeah, well, we don't claim to have all the answers either, we just want a future. We're looking for the future.
Well, I appreciate.
Because they, none of us get no younger at all.
And I would like to know, since you mentioned that, that reminds me, I know some of the folks on the western end, we seem to have some pretty strong volunteers up there, but I do know that they've been doing this for quite a while, some of the folks that I've had a chance to meet, and we may be, who knows? I'm all for it, let's try it, if my colleagues agree, I'm going to support you, whatever that means.
Also, I feel like we can just beat on the EMS wagon. You know, we also have fire involved in this too. So, you know, that's not mine on me because in free for fire and rescue. So, you know, if they go out, we go out. We're there with them. So, you know, we presented about the trucks. You know, do y'all have any questions concerning trucks? I know ambulances. I've done a brief survey of our EMS folks. You know, there's a lot of them. Maywood, for instance, their newest truck is a 1996. They can't hardly get parts to fix it. So they're going to be in need of a truck. I think Mount Rogers and Elk Creek is tied with the next oldest vehicles. So, you know, I try to get some numbers together for the fire guys, but they have so many trucks. It's hard to figure out which one has the most need. But that's something we can work out if we can get, you know, it's all logistics. If you've got money to work with, you can work out the logistics and everything like that.
I appreciate the way you guys all work together. Different agencies.
Would y'all like to speak?
I didn't come prepared to speak really or anything, but on the truck situation, every fire department in Grayson County is pretty much the same, in the same boat. Independence, our newest bumper, our main bumper is a 2003 model. And what happens if the truck gets used hard, gets run hard, put up with, and they age quickly, and then our backup truck is 31 years old, and parts for that truck is very difficult to find. So, and we've got a tanker we're trying to replace this year. That's going to probably cost some money, ballpark $375,000. But we're no different. Everybody's in the same boat. For East Hill Creek, Rugby, Troutdale, Mount Rogers. We're all there. It's all of our equipment aging, not just one department. Some departments are sacrificing older trucks that's used from other departments and works fine for them, but it don't always work the same for what's like for us. For example, we're ready to get rid of a 2003 model, or somebody else would like to have that. That's all because of call volume. I think we ran 149 calls last year, but that's a small amount compared to larger cities, but those larger cities replace them every 15 or 20 years. We bought this 2003, we bought it used 2006, 2007. So it's just a battle we continue to fight, and like hopefully we'll get some help from the county to our newer equipment, newer trucks to make our services better, more dependable, actually cheaper to operate. I don't know, as far as the retention and stuff like that, I personally think we need to start in the high school levels there, that recruiting retention. I think they had the EMS or the EMT class several years ago. And it kind of got pushed to the side. But, there's some schools in North Carolina and Virginia that's doing EMS and the firefighter 1 in the high school. I don't know if that would work here, but hey, if they don't get it in high school now, when they get out of high school and start to work, it's really tough on somebody to get the training. If I didn't plan to go it when I was in high school, majority of it, I would have never got it. My job with the county, swing shifts and stuff like that, I could, and I'm no different than anybody else. We're all the same. You gotta work around families and everything else. So if we could get people started getting interested, it may work. They may graduate high school and move away and have a job in EMS or fire service. They may stay here, find a job here local and join the local department. So that's something I think we really need to look hard into if possible. I think I've spoken with Mr. Wilmore a couple of times about it. It seems to be in favor. I don't know logistics of it, but I always talk to him as well. So.
I do think that's part of the plan. And I would like to know that you four guys, that are, even though we have a volunteer problem, you guys are all four volunteers. Mr. Lander, I can't see where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so, and you guys are the best of the best. I appreciate it. But it is worth noting, you all are volunteering to be here tonight, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Good. The, turn your mic on. A while back, you talked to us about a ladder truck requirement. Now, I don't have the presentation, but where's, from an equipment standpoint, where are you seeing it on the fire side? Is that something we still need, or it's a nice to have, not a gotta have?
It's a nice to have. When I can't remember, probably it's been a year ago, I guess, we may have talked about it. I can't remember. At that time, well, we're still in that position right now. Our closest ladder truck to Independence is either coming from Phillipsville or Woodfield right now. Just a simple fact that they actually had problems with their ladder truck and actually sold it, bought it in the process of buying a new one. I think they may have it, still getting some work done on it, but there's nothing available right now. At least it's wide open. You know, and good example, I was at Michelin today. They have about 20,000 truck tires in that facility on a normal day. They tell their employees if they can't get a fire out in 30 seconds to get out. So, and they're telling us, they told us 8 minutes. Well, if you can't get out in 8 minutes, it's going to be what's called surround and drown. Everybody in the 2, 3, 4 counties is going to be there because that's a phenomenal amount of fireworks. And it's going to require a lot of water and what we call the master streams, elevated streams. Not just one truck from daylight if it's available. And we've had fires in the past few years recently that we could have utilized a small ladder. It don't have to be nothing big or anything like that. Even simple things like a flue fire, I think can make it a lot simpler. And I think Randy go along with that. It's not simpler, safer. We're fighting fire with a lot less people and a lot older people than we used to be. Right. And I myself, I can't climb up on the roofs like I used to and safely and get over that. You can do that. That's one thing the ladder truck will eliminate some of the climbing, some of the dangers of challenging roofs and stuff like that as well. So that is one of those things that we can make it without, but it makes things a lot easier if we do have it. But we've got other priorities in front of that.
Okay. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hall did talk to me Monday in our meeting about this class in high school. I think he's been talking to Southwest EMS Council and has had a good positive conversation about that. I think
it is a possibility either the county or Mr. Wilmore, I said, he sat back there in the back, but either the county or the school system would have to come up with an instructor. So that would be something we'd have to look at. But there was a good positive conversation evidently pretty recently on that. It's been about money.
Endeavor. In order to have somebody take it like on the fire side, they have to have the turnout gear that's in up to date, in like 10 years, less than 10 years old. They have to have helmet, boots, gloves, whole 9 yards. Our packs, but I think we can work around the air pack part. That's really expensive. But I think it's support that. But just the turnout gear, I know it's a bit expensive endeavor. But I think the rewards in the long run outweigh the initial costs. So. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's take us about a 2-minute break so we can get back in here. So, that's good. Yes. I think so.
What? Still love me?
What?
You still love me?
I don't know, we'll talk about it.
Some of this. Carl's not here.
Yeah, purpose. That's reachable.
I like that chocolate, but it makes me sleep. Chocolate flavor.
That's why they go.
Yeah, I do.
Turn it in.
Turn it in for Gray.
Comes off, that's what comes off. I mean, we all know what we're playing.
We discussed this point.
Yeah. I said we go down this list. Yes, yes, no mentality. Well, I was just a thought. I don't want to deprive nobody right to debate.
There's a rating.
Yeah.
I'm giving back the
Well, I guess we can okay. All right. So if
like to need to clarify that.
You're sure crazy job, if that's what you want. You don't deal with crazy.
I gotta just go down this numbers.
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, 2 keys. I have 2 keys. You weren't nowhere when I was bringing it around. I'm sorry. No, it's all right.
If we do that, I'll be just.
Yeah, there is just through the, right there next to the door.
I did notice that tonight, that's just us right here. But, they'll probably get it.
They'll be unhappy.
Huh?
They'll be unhappy.
The morale will be low.
Yes, it
The
will.
unit will be okay. Big as those things. But the lamps we didn't share, so.
Oh, okay.
I told him to suck it up. One of this is 62 out there, so that ain't bad. If it was 40.
But it's still a damn cold rain.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, it's cool.
Oh, did you get one set? I'm sorry. You got
Yeah, I know.
Half an ounce. Probably cost twice as much.
Yeah.
That's what I want to expand access to. All that stuff. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think it all comes stuff.
don't have. They use that for the next 3 years where.
Yeah. Yeah.
CIP stuff, you have to have it paid. But what we have right now. That's what they asked. That's, we had a meeting with her, they asked for it. They passed. When we had a meeting, we said, tell us what you're doing. I don't know that answer. But passed. They're always, as you know. We're gonna well, it's the idea of what she needs to see. If it's not on there, I think her thing is like Commissioner issue. But on some of these, she needs decisions.
How long did it take to get started? I thought we were taking 2 weeks.
Oh, there you are. I was looking at the river. Yeah.
So he's got two.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll go ahead and talk about that. Members, I have a proposal for your consideration that will give us a balanced budget with the use of ARPA funds. Also come down an additional 2 cents on the levy. But also recoup for the citizens the increase in personal property tax, which would bring it back to level last year's. I think it pretty much be level.
That's the pleasure of the board.
That bring it back to level from last year. And we fund this all capital improvement programs. It's with the exception of the Baywood project. We put that on hold and move that out of this budget till we restructure and revisit. That's a pleasure to go. At this time, since this is a budget workshop, it's kind of a free for all, chatting, entertainment, thoughts.
Did you go over that again?
Okay. Reducing the current proposed levy, which we gave, which was announced at 56, we will go down on the proposed levy to 54. We have to get a methodology or how we're going to do it, but would leave personal property at the current rate with, we'll have to do some math and it'll be above my head. Then with the capital improvement, CIP projects and with the request from department heads, and if anybody has the appetite to cut anything anymore, the board will certainly entertain spending less money. But with this would remove the Baywood facility improvements, which one note that would be made there, since there is a contractor, there might be just some costs associated with redigging or ending the contract. That would be for administration to research. But I think if it's not the appetite, I mean, if it's the will of this board for that consideration, then, you know, this is just my proposal, and looking at it in the simplest, and then, but we will entertain any conversations you want to have particular to any CIP project or any cuts or increases for agencies. Now, the only ones that, of course, there was some significant, some of the agencies, there were some significant increases in budgets. The rec park would be an addition of the equipment and deputies for the sheriff's office. And of course, the schools with their RLE increasing from 1.1 to 1.8. Of course, all these items are up for discussion, but this is just a proposal by the chair. I'm one person, so.
So if I understand you correctly, it would be dropping the levy from the existing 59 cent down to 54 cent.
54 cents, yes.
We removed the Baywood project from the capital improvement plan. Everything on the capital improvement plan is funded. What about these items?
They will be funded as well.
To the max, I mean, there would be 3 quick response vehicles. 2 additional deputies. And that does not cut in our general fund.
That will use.
Yes. Yes, sir, it would cut into our fund balance. There is an area we're used to balance this budget, yes.
What percentage would our fund balance go to? If we're 20% right now, and we drop the levy to 54 and cover all of these, what would be the shortfall?
Like I said, this is just a proposal. And if you did want to get into that fund balance, we could entertain cuts in some of these, which say, increases.
To answer that question, as to how much would it come into our fund balance? Number one, it would come in out of the ARPA. We would spend a significant amount of our ARPA funds. If approved, and then the carryover is 1.75, more than 1.75 million. But that was used also to cover this budget. You know, I do have some questions, if it's okay to ask those.
Certainly, you're more.
You're talking about leaving personal property flat from 21. Are you talking current year and future 23, or only future 23?
The chair is open for discussion from
The proposal that I had made originally on the 25%, was increasing 30%. And I know every year, it seems like there's more people adding vehicles, so there's a net increase each year that we enjoy, as a county. So if we went, my thoughts were, if we went at 25%, we would still see the net increase. Because of inflation, we can't go flat with that thing.
Yeah.
So that's why I gave the figure at 25%. That's where I got that. I don't know. I'm just a lay person trying to understand this, but that's kind of what I had published.
Again, I still have the same question. Are we talking about current fiscal year 22 right now and in the future, or just right now? I think I understand you, Mr. Anderson, is talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about right now. Next year, the assessments come out in January again. Is that not?
That is correct.
So that would have to, that's some speculation, but do we need to address that? Are we projecting what we might have?
Yes, that is part of this budget.
So we said the increase was 30% across the board. If we stay at 25, can we live with the 5% next year? Is the question.
But if we leave it at 225 under the current law, which is in effect for 3 years, then come January, we have the opportunity to readdress based on the values that are determined. Right? That's my understanding of that law.
And I would think now that we know this is something to be on our radar, we could possibly call this a special call meeting to make an adjustment. Is that right?
Yeah. Now, Mr. Chair, if I may, it's my understanding, I think that we got the email from from our attorney. We can't adjust the 225 rate because the books have already been submitted. We don't have the authority to do that.
For this year.
For the current year. That's why we could give a refund on the 25%. Is that what I'm?
That's what I was proposing.
Okay. I'll just make sure we're on the same page. I'm sorry.
No, that's where my confusion comes in.
Okay.
We need to separate those two. We need to talk about right now, separate from 23.
All right, so we need two different votes for that.
I think that whatever we come up with, we address the actual taxes that are being paid right now without a crystal ball. We don't know what happens next year. So my opinion is that, and the 25% number may be absolutely right. I don't know what the number is, but and I've got coworkers that are paying 150% of what they paid last year. I don't even know the vessel by which we can do this. I don't know how we do it, but I think we need to address this year, period. We don't know what next year's.
But when you say this year, you're talking about this upcoming budget year, or?
No, I'm talking about using county funds for tax relief.
For this year? Okay, I'm tracking.
And I don't know what that looks like. I'm 5 months into this. No less now than I did back in January.
Well, not to get into semantics, but the county, I guess, county funds, it hasn't come in yet. Some of it has come in yet in the current year. And the way I read the email from the attorney, our only option in the current year is to do a percentage. We can't adjust that 225 rate. That's not an option. Now, if we just leave that 225 on the table, the next year, when we see in January what the projections are, then we have a special call meeting and address it at that point.
We'll have time next year. Is
Right.
everything.
That's right.
So we can't do anything on.
We can't change the 225 rate
Right.
for what's
So,
happening right now.
Yeah.
But I think,
And I don't
think the law allows us to do that next year.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Corbin said to me, you may have heard Supervisor over as we were taking a break there. But one way he said that you could do it, and I know the Commissioner Revenue still saying here, but is that PPTR, the relief thing, the Gilmore tax relief thing, that's still in there. He said you can do more than that. I didn't know that. The counties are allowed to, he said, talk to the county attorney, but I'm pretty sure that you can do more relief than what that tax is. And he said that's one way you could do it next year.
It was my understanding, I've done quite a bit of research the last 2 weeks, that tax relief rate that we see in there is set by the state.
It is, but the county can do more. That's what Corbin was telling me. The county can do more. And he said, check the county attorney, but he said, I think the board could actually do more, and next year that might be the way you could do it.
If we're, I mean, that's set regardless. That rate, I think, is set regardless by the state. But we can do more, like if we're up from 25%, maybe that's what that would be more. I think we're on the same page. Maybe I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah,
we can't adjust that rate. Is that right, Mr. Shepherd? We can't adjust that.
No, I'm not talking about adjusting the 225 rate. I'm talking about adjusting the relief rate that the state says.
Okay.
You can add to that.
Right. We can get there. Okay.
Mr. Avenue.
May I ask the Commissioner?
Yes. He's got ready. Keep it here.
Let's talk about PPTRA. The state does not set.
They can't hear you.
Well, I didn't have to push.
You just got to stay close.
There you go.
Okay, let's talk about PPTRA rate. The state does not set that rate. You all set the rate. Okay. Grayson County gets $437,000 from the state
for the car tax relief. That was Governor Gilmore's pledge when he first came in office, when he got him in office back in 97, I believe it was, 96, 97. At the time, they were proposing to cut it all out. It was going to take care of all the personal property taxes, and the state would reimburse funds to the county. The first year, and this was before my time, even though I've been here a while, it was before my time. The first year, they started like at 20%, and it increased up so much. And what was happening was the counties were changing their rates upward, and they also, if you could imagine the amount of cars that Northern Virginia has, the county up there compared to here, and how much more money was going there and everything. Anyway, it was just increasing to a point that the state was going to keep going in the hole. And one year they said, we got to stop this. So they stopped it, and they said, we're going to figure out an amount of money that we're going to return to each county or city in the state. And then they can give it back to their citizens. Grayson County's amount was $437,000. So what we do each year is to figure out how to split up on qualifying vehicles, $437,000 to have that car tax discount on the tax bills. You only get the car tax discount on the first $20,000 of value. Used to, that almost covered law prices of vehicles. Now it doesn't touch it as much. Okay, so that's how we do that. We try to get it to where you need to use up all the $437,000 without overshooting it too much, because you are losing money. In the past, if we ever went over that very much, the auditors called us out on it and said we didn't need to do that. But at the same time, that is the Board of Supervisors. If it's your position that we give a higher rate, we're knowing that we wouldn't be getting in as much money. Citizens would have a lower bill. We would just realize it's not as much money coming in. If that makes any sense.
So thank you. Yes, Mr. Evans. How would you see? What would you recommend of how to provide tax relief on the personal property tax? If 25%?
If we're talking, I mean, anything, you know, if we're talking about this year is finding some kind of a way to do a refund or a credit. And we can't change the rate or the percentage right now. All that's a done deal. There may be, and it sounds like you want it to be, which, and this is not really me. I mean, I don't collect the money. The county collects the money. The treasurer's the one that collects the money, and they would need to do the refund. And I would probably be involved in some way trying to help figure out how to do that. And right now, I don't think anybody in the state really knows how to do that. The law that was passed says that the county's new law that takes effect, I think it doesn't take effect until July 1, but that you can give back surplus money, unanticipated revenues back to the citizens. Although there's not a real definition of what surplus is, and I think the county attorney said that was sort of a gray area that we could come up with our own definition of what we think surplus is. And one way would be possibly comparing this year's numbers to last year's number and see the difference and come up with X amount of dollars.
Do you know the figure, what percent overall personal property tax is up?
I think it was like, overall, it was like 34% from what we got last year.
And would 90 days be enough time to figure out a system? If we said it's up 34%, things should have depreciated this year. we say a 34% rate to take it back to last year in the next 90 days? Figure out a way to do that through.
I think there would be a way, and Lisa, you can help me on this, to figure out how much more money we took in from the personal property that where the values increased. And that would be your vehicles, your motorcycles, like that. Not your business equipment, personal property. And that's the Youngkin law that they passed saying you can set out a new rate on a separate class of vehicles or separate class of personal property. But figure out how much more we had dollar amount based on, in our system, we call them categories 1, 2, and 5. Ones are cars, cars and pickups. 2 is bigger trucks, something that's valued or tagged at over 10,000 pounds, but that still saw values go up. And motorcycles. Look at those 3 categories and see how much more. And we were doing that a little bit the other day in that meeting we had. See how much X amount of dollars that is, and then try to figure out how to return.
Is there
that. Now, what percentage that's going to be, I don't know.
So I guess the question I have with doing it that way is if you look at dollars instead of percent, it might not be applied equally to the citizens.
Well,
if you have $100,000 truck and you're paying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It seems like the percentage would be the most fair way.
Do what?
The percentage would be the most fair way. If we apply, whether it's 25% or not.
We can figure out what that.
North of 25.
Right, so even if the increase was 34%, we want to stay close to that, whatever that is the fair way to do it, because that's the difference we took in.
If you get the, just so you don't overshoot it and took in, you know, I think the other day, maybe 800,000 or whatever, we'll give back $1 million or whatever. Something that's in that ballpark. And I'll be honest, there's going to have to be some discussions with our software company. Edmonds is going to have to get involved with this. And I'm almost positive they've never dealt with it before. Because very few.
Well, this is
very few.
time.
Yeah, first time a lot of people's dealing with this. And Edmonds is using a very few counties and cities in the state.
It also, and I wish Mr. Stein was still here, it also, on the county side, will make it very difficult to end the fiscal year because you're paying, well, we're working out. I'm thinking out loud, sorry.
Yeah, I know there's gonna be work that is gonna have to be done regardless of we go money or percentage, or we don't wanna make it.
And
if we think we're crowding ourselves, I mean, there's still gonna be fat in this budget that we think we can carve out. I mean, that's.
Well, right now,
Get us some breathing.
right, but right now, we're talking about the FY22 budget. We're not even talking about 2023.
But I do like your comment.
I think there's a way to come up. With a method that would have a significant reduction, whether it turns out 34 or some kind of percent. Will it offset for, you gotta remember when you're doing things county-wide, that still means some people may pay more on the vehicle than they did last year. Where 150% person may still be over 100%, but if it came down something, it would be something to be significant.
Is there any requirement? So let's just say, you know, we 34%. I mean, we could say a goal of 34% so that the analysis could result in you coming back saying, you know, so that we don't we exceed the amount of money that we're talking about, it only can be 32% or something. So the language potentially could say a goal of 34%. Is there, in this process, knowing that we're kind of making it up on the fly, thinking through it, is there a public hearing requirement or anything that would drive the timeline? So he suggested 90 days, but if that puts us up against the extended deadline.
I mean, I don't know a public hearing requirement. If you had to have a public hearing on reducing what the taxes was, I think it might be a good thing. People would enjoy that. But
well, what about if the treasurer, and this one of these not here because I emailed him today and asked him to be here, but he would really be an important part of this conversation. But what if it could be that he could suspend receiving payments until we figure the numbers out, whether it be 2 or 3 days, and then would that affect our 90 days? We would probably need to refer to council to answer that. But, and is
How to suspend somebody putting the check?
well, if they don't accept it, you send it back until you get it, you send them a new invoice with the corrected amount. I mean,
It's like a very complicated thing.
well, I think it would have been less complicated if last week when all this came about, if somebody would have shown some leadership, said, hey, till the supervisors figure this out, we receive accepted payments. And that would save a ton of work. I know we're not there in this retrospect, but we kind of begin to have treasurer's input, but this is doable. It's going to take work. And like my colleague said once before, we need them to do their job. And I like John's idea of his suggestion on the percentage and how to frame that.
and you know, I obviously can't speak for the treasurer's office. And I don't know about the 90-day thing. I would like to see it happen a lot sooner than that. And I think there's a possibility we could get something figured out where, you know,
could we use
see yours car, John's truck, whatever, and figure out what it is. And then, and John, if you don't mind, I'll use you as an example. If you haven't paid your taxes, it shows up as a credit on your bill. And then you won't have to talk about writing a check for a refund. If it shows as a credit, you have a new, now whether or not you send out another bill or not, but when it's paid, you don't pay as much.
So, yeah, I guess.
And then the others, it's already, if you've already paid,
Right.
then it's going to, and I said that wrong, I'm sorry. If you haven't paid, it would just show up that you owe a reduced amount. Excuse me.
Right. I
If
guess
you
what I.
paid, it would show up as a credit, and those would have to be refunded.
I guess what I'm after for the purpose of us is the decision of we establish, you know, the 34% or whatever, and then say in 30 days, you and the treasurer come back and tell us how we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
You know,
And what I was gonna say, I would like to think the next board meeting's June 9th.
yeah.
That's budget.
I mean, if you can
Or
have,
the next regular board meeting's June 9th, I think. And, you know, before we're at today, May 26th, in that time period, maybe coming back with a proposal. And that would maybe give us time to talk to Lisa Edmonds and see.
Well, what if
But because of the, Edmonds may have to do some new programming or something too.
well, and using John's language, and I like the idea of if we said he proposed a potential 34, and you may come back and say, no, it's got to be 32 or 30. Then if we need to call a special call meeting to ratify that or whatever.
we potentially could do it in 2 weeks at the board meeting.
So, and just keep receiving payments for the next 2 weeks and then That's, I mean, I can agree with that.
Well, it's just simple as hanging a note at the treasurer's office saying personal property taxes have been postponed for 90 days. While we try to figure out a tax relief system.
Okay.
So we're comfortable with what we just said.
I think so.
I like what you said.
Okay. So make sure to check my language here, but I make a motion, we, ask the county administration, the commissioner of revenue, and the county treasurer to explore providing tax relief to the taxpayers of Grayson County with a goal of 34% on their property tax. Personal property tax for for FY 2021-2022. Does that sound right?
That sounds good. I'll second that.
Make sure you got the verb. You get the verb there, Larry?
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote, Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Fain. Mr. Adams.
Aye.
Mr. Bell. I also aye. Okay, yeah.
So if on this next way ahead here on these things, I'm comfortable with talking about the CIP and how we're gonna do it.
Okay.
And vote on that.
Let's go into the CIP.
And then we can talk about these other issues.
Before we get too far ahead, part of this CIP includes some information that, Chairman Hash can share with us about the communications, the emergency communications project. That is in an outline here, but it will eventually affect our CIP that you see in front of us. So not to tell you what to do, but it's in order for a reason.
Okay. The communications portion of this was the 911 commission. They actually put out the contract, and everybody knows about the radio study. Radio study was completed with the involvement of every agency in Grayson County, every agency in Carroll County, every agency, well, in the city of Galax, for a improved radio communication systems study was directed toward trying to locate problem issues or locations in the county, trying to come up with a system that would address those issues as best they could. Rugby, Troutdale, all of them were involved with they were involved with the interviews that were conducted at the Independence Fire Department, so they were all stakeholders and had a place in that study. The localities in it's kind of to y'all's education prior to your being on board. We did a joint meeting at Crossroads with all the localities, which they group federal was the study vendor, put out the findings of their study with maps and showing potential improvements in each locality in all the sections of the county. Okay, then at that meeting, there was a choice between two communications systems, and the P25 P25 was selected. That went out to vendors for potential for bids. The bids did come back. They were not satisfactory. You know, some of the cost of some of the vendors, so they've gone back, and then there is a joint meeting again with all Galax, Carroll, Grayson, that are part of the 911 commission, to then provide proposals to the localities with the cost. But this is a cost that this communication system, I think, is one of the biggest things that we need. I mean, we put our, EMS fire departments out here, in law enforcement, and I think this is an asset that, that we're gonna have to, but it is a rather expensive. I'm not sure on the figures, exact figures, you may have those.
I do, and I have it listed on your CIP, even though there's a zero cost for fiscal year 23, it is a projected $5.5 million. So I wanted to go over what Mr. has to go over that, just to make sure that you guys have that fresh in your mind as you're making decisions on both the levy and the future CIP meetings. And the funding of that particular project. Although it doesn't necessarily have to come from CIP, it can go, as a vote rolling loan.
Yeah, we can
in the
finance
future.
it.
It could be financed in the future, yes.
And some of these costs may be, we may, with our broadband project, be averted because our agreements with in the broadband project, that any infrastructure that the gigabit and then would build, we have the right to co-locate communication equipment and stuff. And so in that study, there was some tires and structures that would be built in the west end of the county. And so, hopefully, there's going to be some of that we can, cut some of our costs down for us based on, that infrastructure.
Thank you.
So the 3.1 million that's FY 23 to pay for these, where's that money coming from? Is that all ARPA money?
That, it is possible, although it's half that now with the removal of the Baylor facility improvements.
Yeah, so you're down to 1.6.
No, about 6. Preferably, yes. We have this ARPA money sitting here waiting for us to spend it. If we don't spend it pretty soon, the federal government's going to be saying, well, you haven't committed this.
Oh, we had 3 years.
We do, but we need to have a plan submitted. So
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
But if we know right now we're sitting at 1.6.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
We only have 1.1.
1.6.
Right. So we can fund that and still have 1.6 of ARPA money remaining for other capital projects.
Yes, sir.
Over the next 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And this is a concern, I mean, and I'll just pick on the sheriff because I like doing that, but they go through cars, kind of like my boys go through boxes of cereal, I mean, they just run through them. And so does Public Works, right? So we're buying a depreciating asset, and we know we're gonna wear out pretty fast with money that's, not coming out of the budget. So how do is that really the right place of the use for ARPA money?
Not permanently, no. I think this would be a one-time bonus to be able to afford that 54 cents, make that a much more easily obtainable goal. If we did use ARPA money for this 1 year only, and good Lord willing, I'll be here next year saying the same thing. No, this needs to be back into the operating budget. But purchase of the vehicles for both the sheriff and for Public Works needs to be generally in the operating budget, because those vehicles are more of a supply, not equipment that are, county administration can purchase a fleet vehicle that could last for 10 years. The sheriff's office doesn't have that luxury. A vehicle might last 3. They're putting much higher mileage on it. A trash truck may last for 10 years, but we've been so long and put off and use the capital improvement plan to say, well, they can make it last 1 more year. That is why we have heard so much from Public Works over the past year to 2 years, is because they can't make it last any longer. So this this is going against my personal philosophy, is to capitalize a supply, which that is actually, I firmly believe these are supplies, but for this 1 year to help offset the tax levy, I think it would be an okay decision.
But if we're using ARPA money or fund balance money, you know, why not capitalize it now in this budget and use fund balance money to do it, because then it's real, it's there.
And it can be done either way.
Yeah, I agree with you, Supervisor Fan. I just, what we discussed here was trying to make sure that in this list, we didn't set ourselves up for a recurrent cost. It would occur every year, but there wouldn't be additional money because ARPA would run out. So this is the one area we're saying, let's make an exception.
This is the exception?
Yes.
The exception. Very good word.
All right, anything on the capital improvement? Anybody want to do a scratch list?
I guess one other question, when you crosswalk this, so I think sheriff is asking for a patrol car, this thing says cars.
It's fine.
150K? For 5 cars?
$1,000 is what was requested in the sheriff's budget for vehicles.
The original was what, 90? This is an addition of 2.
But this is not related to the additional deputies. This is just to replace existing fleet.
Yes, this is to replace existing fleet, although it's traditionally he's asked for 3. This doesn't have a number tied to it, but it seems like it's more than 3. But $150,000 was his original ask to begin with. That has not changed.
Okay. So, but this is not related to
The additional ask, no, sir.
the additional ask that was driven by the study that was completed, right?
Not according to the numbers submitted originally.
Okay.
And this week, correct.
Supervisor, saying I don't know about the $150,000, but I do know the sheriff said that price of cars, as we know, is going up in detailing them out, equipment that they need.
Yeah, I think on that specific thing, just put a footnote that says to replace existing fleet. Just so that we're not confusing it with
And it is on that
potential
basis.
other growth.
Well, there is. That's not.
Yeah, there's a vehicle, there, I thought there was.
The sheriff has two columns here.
Yeah.
The final, can we just finish on the sheriff while we're on that? The final column is that related? That's related to the study. So
That one is related to the study, yes.
That's my read.
that was my.
You're talking about the road, on the meeting objectives?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if everybody's comfortable, I'll make a motion to accept the CIP with the minor change to designate $150K for the sheriff's department for replacement of existing fleet.
That was also.
And the total is, and the removal of the Baywood project from that. So the total then comes down to roughly 1.6 million CIP funding. Using ARPA funds.
Motion before the board, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Fan? Aye. Mr. Ivey? Aye. Mr. Belton? Also aye. Thank you. School budget, or we still need to work hard on this.
Ms. Gayheart, in the budget right now, the balanced budget that we have presented, just to verify, the school is at 1.3.
1.3 is what's in the school right now, but that's why it's on the list for negotiation, for discussion.
But that, the 1.3 leaves it at level, so that leaves us at the balance budget. The ask is 1.8.
Yes.
Did I hear you correct? 1.3 leaves us at balance.
Yes.
Okay.
You just want me to know these? Where you want?
Let's see.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
at 54 on 11, all of these, everything in this act, including 3 first responder vehicles, 2 deputies instead of 1.
There we can just give 2 deputies instead of 1. I'm gonna find those first responder vehicles. No. The 3 first responder vehicles are not in this budget. Let me double check. Again, you'll have to bear with me. Remember.
One of 3 first responders with vehicles.
So you have a balanced budget on 54 cents, but this is additional ask that we need to do.
This that I gave you earlier, this huge chunk of
Yep.
numbers here. All right, bear with me while I look. And these are numbered, they're a little odd, but they are numbered. I miss my technology. Okay, the $150,000 for the sheriff's vehicles is in the operating budget.
That's not in the capital improvement plan that we just approved, or that we just.
They are, so I can either leave it as capital improvement plan or pull it out of the budget. So I think we should pull it out of the budget for this one exception for this year.
And that's the motion that's passed. Right?
Yes, yes.
But Ms. Gayheart, for clarification, on the meeting objectives list,
Yes.
under levy budget discussion, everything on here except the 2 additional deputies is currently in the budget.
Okay. The 1 to 3 first responders with vehicles, the vehicles are not included.
No.
No. But they were moved to the CIP, but that may have been an oversight on my part. So let's look at those. So that would need to be added to the CIP.
And what's the total? So it's 1 to 3 first responders at $100K each. Is that what?
Yes, I think those vehicles are about $40,000, and that includes the purchase of the vehicle and outfitting the vehicle with the appropriate equipment. So they are $40,000 each.
And so this, I'm sorry, the salary for the first responder is in that 100,000.
Yes, it is. And that is left in, that is in the operating budget.
Everything else that the emergency services asked for, is it in the budget?
Yes.
And of the things that are on this list, what is not, is none of this in the budget? I guess that's my question. As we look at this list, is the IT person already in the budget?
IT is in the budget.
Is the, and
The
there's none
salary-
of the 3 quick response vehicles.
Just the QRVs are not. The
But first
salaries for the
responders
first
are?
responders are. Yes.
First responders are the vehicles.
Yes, because
Okay.
they can be capitalized.
And is that 3?
Yes.
And we will have to remember to put them on here.
And the ambulance from one agency is in the budget. 1 fire truck is not.
Put that in the, okay. So on the capital improvement, that mean they got 0 in the first and 0.
0 the first year.
Then all years of capital cost. Now, explain that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So it's not in there for the first year,
For the first year,
but it is following.
for the following year, yes.
Okay.
So the idea is to buy a vehicle each year, one ambulance this year, fire truck next year, ambulance the year after. Is that what the thought process is?
Yes, to make it to alternate, and this was just trying to anticipate from previous discussions, what you guys would prefer. If we need to put the fire truck back into the CIP, we could very easily do that.
And the half of employee for the,
Is it included?
it's in the budget.
Yes,
Sheriff vehicles of 150.
that we addressed already.
So that's
Then the
already in the
CIP.
capital improvement.
Yes, we're gonna move that to CIP.
They report
They were previously included.
public works. Well,
To make sure,
That's a trash truck, right?
yes. Well, it's more than one trash truck. It's a packer and a pack rat. It's a compactor truck. and a
we've already approved that in the capital improvement plan, CIP.
Yes, and let's see if I can take that out of the operating budget. It is in the operating budget, so I can remove that from the operating budget. So we're trimming.
Okay, and
Okay,
then the rec park, additional staff
Rec Park additional staff is included.
in the budget. And the sheriff, 2 additional deputies necessary.
Yes, this is included.
And as most recent ask, the sheriff asked for 1 additional.
Well, his numbers reflected 2.
If we go to 1, what does that give us? How much? 31?
62, it's 62.
Oh, each,
is
okay,
what I
that's not bad.
And that's not just salaries, it's salaries, fringes, uniforms, all that.
But the money for the vehicles that we,
From those CIP,
those vehicles in CIP are for existing fleet,
correct,
not new vehicles.
correct.
Where are the new vehicles?
Didn't ask for,
You didn't ask for any new vehicles?
the $150,000 is the ask for vehicles.
And that includes the kit, outfit in the car, you know, the radios,
Yes.
everything goes with it.
Yes,
Lights, gotta have lights.
yes.
I seem to be okay. I think I'm comfortable with the 1 sheriff deputy that he talked to us about. As we listen to the challenges associated with it, I think Supervisor Belton brought it up. The sheriff in a conversation I had with him today said, hey, I'll sign up to get my sheriff deputies EMT qualified. Okay, so they become, you know, the first responders, right? So I think that should be, you know, we say, yeah, we'll give you additional deputy that the counties will fund, but all your deputies have to get EMT certified in order to help us address this first responder issue, right? That makes sense? So if that's the case, if everybody's okay with that direction, I'm just not comfortable with the ALS. We heard last week, we heard again tonight in different ways saying ALS works within ALS doesn't work. The paid positions, all right. I'm not comfortable going down that road yet, because what that road meant is we're going to create yet another department at the county that we currently don't have. That's going to have additional costs associated with it, because now they have 4 employees or 2 or 1 additional to what we currently have. And so if we've got this capability now that's out on the road called deputies that are also EMT, and we're putting money towards operationalizing the departments, we're buying them vehicles, we're paying their insurance, we're helping them recruit and retain. I'm just not ready to go down the road of signing up for paid ALS folks, given that we've heard from departments both in the city and other places around Franklin County and Botetourt, same challenge, keeping paid ALS, right? And so I'm just very sensitive to the idea of keeping our volunteer folks. And I acknowledge what Supervisor Anderson said. We got a lot of volunteers that are out there and they're not going to go anywhere. But at the same time, knowing what the future probably holds, I'm just not ready to go down that road yet. So I'm okay with doing what the commission recommended, with the exception of the paid ALS folks and the rapid response vehicles working for the county. Because our agencies are where it happens. That's who makes it work. And that's who we need to enable as best we can until it's no longer possible. So that's my thought on that. I'm comfortable with the other.
So are you suggesting the talk, we got the one earlier to none? Is that?
My take is I am a none. I'm a none on the ALS rapid response concept. It's not that I don't understand the concept. It's that I just don't know that we really have a good feeling of the effects that's going to have on our agencies and their ability to retain and recruit, which is what we say is important. And we all admit that community is what this place is about. We all still live in communities, right? And so it's challenged to keep a community alive when you close the school and then you're all these other stuff. How do we get people to stay there? Well, volunteer is one way to do it. It may be a fool's errand at some point. You know, we'll have to go back and do something different. I'm just not there yet on going down this road of creating this response thing at the county that's potentially got some. And we can readdress it next year as it was brought up. That's kind of my take. So yeah, I'm a zero.
I'm not taking in reverse. I would like to go ahead and try it, whether if it's 1 or 3, and then if next year this is not working out, then we can the idea. But I think it's too critical to do it in reverse and wait till next year to maybe revisit it. I think that's.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm not saying though is that we're not doing nothing. We're doing a lot. We're trying to take the fundraising off their plates. We're taking the having to buy vehicles off their plates. This is the one thing that I just don't quite agree with.
Mr. Bill. So it's gonna surprise you. I'll put it on Zeke's side here. But as far as the deputies being EMTs, they can do CPR, they can even have a defibrillator in the vehicle, which
Most of them have that current time.
yeah, but they can't, as far as ALS, they can't push drugs, epinephrine, they can't do EKGs. I mean, something really heart attack, stroke, these deputies ain't gonna do it. And I think my thought is at least have one and try it. And have an ALS that can run and catch these heart attacks and strokes. Even see that the kid's got a hermit crab stuck to his leg to save an ambulance and 3 people. That's just my favorite.
Can he just pull a hermit crab off his leg?
That's what I did. After I went to the ambulance and 2 people go up there to pull hermit, that's my life's trick too. You know, and that's the trouble running ambulance service, is that people use it to get a trip to the hospital or get a trip to the doctor. They abuse it, and that's why it costs so much money. Is people abuse it just to get a ride to the hospital. They do it all the time.
I worked in mental health and well, I still do, at least to some impact they have. But we had that same issue. We had folks who would just want to ride the Galax for free, and they would see time and time again issues and run the calls up, and you know that happens.
They call it an emergency, and the dispatcher don't know them different. until you get out there and it's no emergency, they won't ride. And that's burning a lot of money for the rescue squads that volunteer.
All right, so we want to take this list, this meeting objectives sheet, and just go down and everybody, yay or nay?
Well, what is, that's fine, yeah, go ahead.
You know,
For the IT guy.
yeah, we'll debate this all night, and I don't mean to try to, we've got to get a budget here. And I think everybody's been pretty vocal for the last couple of months about, you know, the feelings and whatever they had on each issue, and so, since we'll see what we want to do now, and is that a fair way to do it? Okay, IT.
Yes. Are we doing ayes or just, you're just taking a consensus?
Let's take a consensus on that, and then we'll see, you know.
Yeah, I'm good.
Since we're not, we're doing the overall budget, so.
Once again.
Better get IT. All right, so IT. Good with EMS 1 to 3 first responders.
What's it proposed?
We've heard 0 and 1. I was kind of 2, because I think, you know, if you've got one working, you gotta have somebody that's gonna be, who's gonna be awesome. So if you're gonna keep that, at least try to keep it going 24/7. You're gonna have to at least have 2. Now, that's me.
I like 2.
I'll hear, you know, proposal.
I like 1.
I like the 2 idea because we all got somebody off, but they were agreeable to use 1 for the time being to see how it's gonna work.
I think that's where
Okay.
I can live with 1.
Guess we'll have to live with it.
I can tolerate it too. Okay, so we'll go with 1 on that. Ambulance for 1 agency.
I'm good.
Okay.
But, so we're clear though, the CIP, this has an ambulance
This
and
is
then a fire truck. The CIP had an ambulance this year, and a fire truck next year.
Correct.
So is this, we've already got the ambulance,
Okay, then,
am I right?
yes,
So fire truck's off here for now.
for now.
So scratch fire truck.
Okay.
So with the ambulance.
Can't we scratch that too, since we've already approved it?
Yes,
Okay,
you
the
can.
CIP,
Okay, scratch that. Schools.
it's at 1.3 right now.
Yes, sir. And field
Did we
trial.
ever come up with any kind of projects list? I mean, do we know what we're voting on?
Yes, there is an email that I received that was addressed just to me and Mr. Sheffield. I gave that out at the very beginning.
So we know what we're talking.
So for that email that you gave out, we've got 1.1 to 1.8 on the meeting objectives.
Here it is here.
So this, everything on here comes to 1.8, I'm assuming.
Yes, that is the original ask.
Okay.
If you'll turn to page. You'll turn to page 24 of 38. There's the RLE ask is as presented.
What was that page again? I'm sorry.
Page 24 of 38. And it'll be the back of the page. These are front and back on these. We'll start at line number 732. Row number 732. And that's where you start with the above RLE, and that's the transportation. You can see the email matches the ask.
For the original ask on here is 3 buses. The one I'm reading, but here on here it's 5 buses.
This has changed since we last looked at it. That's, I'm in support of funding the school to what they need. Moving forward, I feel like there has to be a way for above LRE that has to go into capital improvement. And the meeting that John and I had with 2 of the school board members, what we essentially agreed to is funding 1 bus, get the kitchen stuff, and the $45,000 for maintenance, and the rest of it goes into a capital improvement.
Would we be safe at 1.3 to be able to do what you had agreed to do?
Well, just me personally, I'll 1.8. If 1.8 was to fix everything that needed to be fixed, then I was fine with 1.8 because I think where we have failed in the past is not taking care of our infrastructure. But anything over that essential $300,000, 1 school bus, the food and the maintenance vehicle, is kind of what, that's about a $300,000. 373. And then the rest of it goes into a pot of money, an account, something that as things arise, like the Cape Center roof, the cafeteria roof, that money is sitting there for the school to utilize. I'm butchering this a little bit.
Well, one of the real challenges that we have not figured out a good way of doing up until this point is how do we fund capital improvements in school? We've tried a bunch of different ways to do it over the years, and none of it has worked. Ask them to self-fund it, save, money, don't spend all your money and you'll be able to spend it on capital improvement. None of it's worked, right? And so, but we also need to recognize, like they got 7.2 million in ARPA money as well. And so they've got to spend it in the same amount of time that we have to spend it. So my thinking is that, yeah, we need to fund a CIP for the school, just like we fund it for ourselves, and frankly, every other department except the school falls under our CIP. They need their own CIP, but we got to fund it. But given that they have a huge amount of one-time money coming into the school, to put it into a separate fund for capital improvement, but tag it for FY25, because by that point, they'll have spent all the ARPA money, and then they're going to be ready for the next level of funding. And if we fund it at 1.8, after you take out the 373, and then if you buy into the idea of 600,000 that we're going to put for recreational co-use, that leaves you roughly with about 1.1 million of the 1.8, that, well, a little under that, 900,000, that over 3 years is going to give you a pretty big chunk of change for them to be able to fix things after the ARPA money runs out, right? So the idea there is to fund the stuff they said they needed, which is the above RLE of 373, which is the things you described: food, maintenance, bus, maintenance vehicle. The 600K for the co-use facilities at the school, recreational facilities. Separate line item, not under the rec department, under the county budget, fenced just for the use of that effort. And then the remainder of that 1.8, whatever it comes out to be, would go into the fenced CIP, school CIP fund for FY25 and beyond. And then the commitment on this board has to make is that next year, we got to fund the CIP again. And we got to do it the next year. And we got to do it every year. But at least by the time we're done with this, if the math works out, they potentially were sitting on $2.7 million in FY 25 in their CIP fund, if we fully fund it every year based on a 1.8 ask. So that's kind of the thought. So it gets them the stuff they said they really needed, which is a 373. It gets us opportunity to work with the school system and expand rec services for everybody across the county, because they've got rec facilities all over the county. And it also, we've finally solved the CIP issue for the school. If that makes sense.
Here's where I'm at, because I think that makes sense as much as I can make sense, but they met with you guys, you met with 2 board members, they met with 2 of our members. If you guys are good with that, I'm gonna go with it. They didn't ask to meet with me. I'm gonna trust your judgment on this, and I'll support that. Because that's a whole lot of fear process.
Well,
so that whole effort was hopefully to bring some goodwill between the 2 boards and to work out some stuff. I've said it to the staff, I've said it, I don't know what it costs for these 2 boards to get along. But if it's $1.8 million, you got my vote. As long as we can find a path moving forward, that these 2 boards don't sit in the room and fight each other, because we should all be wanting to fund the school system. I think there's a lack of trust from this board, lack of trust from that board. I think this is a big step forward to say, okay, you say this is what you need, this is the fence we're going to put around it. And I also think it gives us an opportunity to meet with the school board more than twice a year in a very heated time where it's asking for money and holding on. So that's just kind of my.
The one follow-up though, this is staff, but if it's important enough to say, it's important enough to put it right. So the agreement on the co-use deal, which is a $600K, that needs to be laid out and what that means, because that, if they end up doing the recreation field that they're talking about doing down there, that thing, you're not going to wear it out. The sun's going to destroy it long before activity is going to destroy it. We need access to that. Every citizen in the county needs access to that, whether it's a concert or whatever. Okay, so that's that. We need to lay that out. It needs to be in writing. And the other piece is the same sort of thing has to occur with a memorandum of agreement on that CIP. We're establishing it. It's fenced. It's for FY 25 and beyond, and we're going to fund it. That's our promise to y'all. And then, but that needs to be worked on and agreed to between the 2 organizations.
So this would be contingent on them signing an MOU.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. It's just so that we know what the rules of the game are for those particular things, so that, because as Brantley and I, we sat down with those guys and they brought a CIP list of all the stuff that they had wrong with the school. And we're like, perfect. That's what we need to talk about. And that's what we're funding. They've got the next 3 years, we got the after, or at least until the next pandemic. So, do you need that in a motion, or is that
What we
enough?
pulled, if I can, so you're talking, what we. They're not getting the operating budget. What did we find that we pulled out of the operating budget that we already approved in the CIP?
Right now, and I'm going through this line, that's why I brought the computer. I'm not finished, but we have 330,000 right now that we need to spend or do something.
And you've got 1.3 in the.
1.3 in the budget. So that was my next question. I think you were on the same wavelength. What numbers do you want with the school?
So the conversation that we had, 1.1 was still the ask, right? I believe. So if we're at 1.3 and there's $330,000 that we pulled out of the operating, can we apply that to the school ask? Don't make it 1.8, We're at 1.63.
And, am I correct in assuming that you want that toward the capital investment? Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
That was my
so,
question.
yeah, right, so I think where you were going, the above LRE that actually goes in the school's budget is 373. Okay. Then the other two categories are relative, they're new categories, right? There's the Grayson County Recreation Facilities at Grayson County Public Schools. That's the 600K. And then there's the Grayson County Public Schools CIP line, FY25. That's whatever the balance is of the remainder that we just agreed to. Is that cleared up?
700.
Yes.
So there's 700 some thousand in the CIP.
So then you end up with 2.1 million after 3 years if you do that same level in there, which is still a nice chunk of change to help them address their issues.
So just I am not assuming, and we are all on the same page. So page 2438, you have 200,000 in transportation, 45,000 in operations maintenance, 127,799 in food services, 600,000 for facilities, and that's to be fenced. Mr. Vance for the co-use of the athletic facility. Facilities, got it. Okay. Facilities. And then that would make, with the savings that where we have cut previously, that new total will be 663,000 for investments in capital improvements to be used in FY25.
Correct.
Good, okay.
And in this budget, Ms. Lisa, this is their actual ask. This is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we entertain a motion, since we have to do the school budget tonight, it's chair will entertain a motion to this proposal.
I make a motion, we approve the school's budget as presented and discussed.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Fan. Aye. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Bell.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure I'm looking at you, this. What if we find more?
What?
What if I go, I told you I'm doing this live, but what if I find more expenditures that we cut? And I'm going through this live.
Then we'll have a better fund balance.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just want to make sure. I don't want
We
to.
get healthy.
Getting healthy, okay. Thank you. Thanks for your.
Okay. We've been to the CIP, and that is to the school. BJ60CA, half employed. Was that in the budget?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's addressed. Vehicles for the sheriff addressed. Day report. And that, so I guess that's somebody the part-time.
That was, I thought she said that was.
Is that in there? Okay, Public Works, that's in there.
We can take it out and all the capital.
Yeah, okay, CIP on that. All right, we've already addressed the sheriff's with one additional vehicle. Okay, and that already done the school vote.
So one additional.
The
Rec department.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
there was one additional movement.
Leah is the flavor. Yeah.
I missed that.
So does that give you a little bit more work? Go back into the fund balance.
You've got two.
That's good.
Okay, Rick.
But it was just the line item, skipped over
Yeah, it's in there too, correct?
the addition.
Any discussion on that matter?
No, I'm in support of it. I look at it, a lot of what we're doing on the rec park is one-time investment to fix some stuff that's frankly been ignored over the years. So I think it's good. I think the guy that's up there's got to get the plans.
So get it. All right. I hear, let's see, so. Proposal we've adopted, that should look at,
They complete the meeting objectives.
yeah, we've got to get the levy. I was trying to find that, my agenda. Sit here and look at the straight at it.
These are all based on 54 cents.
Okay, we got the approval of the school budget. We've done a work session now. We'll go with, we'll have to get a budget here before we leave.
You just need the levy.
The levy, yeah.
The budget's coming up.
Then we'll have the hearing on the budget. All right, so with our proposal that we put forward, it was at 54 cents. Would anybody, chair, would entertain a motion?
Just chair, for clarity, it's 54 cents on the real estate, 225 on those personal property. Right. Machine and tools remains unchanged. What am I missing? Merchant capital remains unchanged. I'll make that motion.
Okay, have a motion before the board. I have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion on the levy? Okay, roll call vote, Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Frank.
Aye.
Mr. Allen.
Aye.
Mr. Belton. Also aye. Okay. Now, levy.
And you got.
We got a proposed budget.
Do we need to do a separate vote on that, or are we there?
It's proposed, right?
Yeah.
We gotta do the public.
We can't do, we have to do a public hearing before we do it.
But that's, you're gonna print what we just talked about
Yes,
in the paper?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it has to be out tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Have that in the paper tomorrow.
You say
Okay.
the paper, it's a different format than what you're here.
Right.
But it'll be.
All right, we have a closed, so there's no further agenda items beyond the closed session. And would imagine there will be anything that would come out of this that would require a vote after coming out. So for a motion to go into closed session to discuss personnel matter pursuant to 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia. So, second. On favor? We are now in closed session. We'll take about a 5-minute break.
There is.
Better job. I'll be back.